Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission meeting of the last day of May, May 31st, 2017. Will you all please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance, which Commissioner Brooks will lead.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
See lots of familiar faces. Ready for June. We're gonna be there. Summer is nigh. TV coverage announcement.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Villalobos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the Commission. Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County of Santa Barbara Television, CSB TV Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, Salinas Valley, Sunbury, and Arcot areas. Rebroadcast of Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays at 5 p.m. on CSP TV Channel 20. Today's hearing will also be streamed live on CSP TV's website and will be available for download on their website in a day or two, as well as the county's YouTube site. Now for the roll call, Commissioner Brown.
Here.
Commissioner Blau.
Here.
Commissioner Farini.
Here.
Commissioner Brooks.
Here.
And Chair Cooney.
Here.
Thank you.
It's certainly good to have all of us together in the same room, and I'm sure we're in for an enjoyable day. Agenda status report, Mr. Wilson.
Good morning, Chair and members of the Commission. In regards to the agenda status report, there are 4 items listed on the agenda. Staff is prepared to move forward on all 4 of those items, 3 of which were continued from the April 26th hearing to today. And I believe the first one, you'll be hear a request to have that application withdrawn by the applicant.
And the status report, that is the projection report.
So moving on to the projection report, on June 7th, we have 2 items listed, one of which is the CEQA training that has been on the agenda, or on the projection report. And I believe council is prepared to move forward with the training on that date if the commission wants to keep it on that date. There's also a variance, or no, I'm sorry, long-range planning has accessory dwelling units ordinance amendment that will be brought before you on the 7th. And then on June 28th, there are 3 items listed for the commission's review and action. And then again, July 25th, there are no items at this point. There may be some items later on, but at this point, there's nothing on that date. And then on July 12th, there's 1 item, which is a lot line adjustment. And I think that might be good for now as far as the projection report.
Very good. Questions on the projection report? Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, I'm just curious if we couldn't move the 28th to Santa Maria rather than Santa Barbara. I know that Commissioner Cooney's going to be gone, so I think I'll be chairing it, and I'm sure Commissioner Brown would probably just as soon do it remote.
June 28th? What day?
June 28th.
That's our next meeting, and yes, I will be out of the country on the 28th, so Commissioner Blau will be chair that day.
And we really have the Verizon thing should be a 15-minute deal. We've already kind of, deliberated on that and determined it the other 2 in the 3rd district. So if we could do that, I'm sure it would be convenient for at least two of us.
Commissioner Brown.
Just have a question on the Verizon. It looks like it's probably going to be a continuance. Do you have any, with 5 minutes listed, any idea what's going on there?
We're waiting for the applicant to, Chair and Commissioners, we're waiting for the applicant to bring forward further information. We were looking at that additional site, or that other site, which is the light pole and the other
Right.
single pole. So the item on that day would be just to brief the commission on what we have so far. I don't believe we'll have anything for action on that date.
So it's still going to need a shot clock extension, because I thought the shot clock was end of the month or something. Do you recall?
The shot clock does extend, or does expire about that time.
Okay, so there's...
So we would need another extension.
Okay, fine. Okay, thank you.
Maybe by next week you could add whatever new information you have. But why don't we tentatively move that meeting for agenda purposes to the to Santa Maria hearing room on the 28th. If there are any problems with that, you can let us know next week.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Okay. We are now down to public comment. So this is an opportunity for anyone to address the Planning Commission on matters we don't have on today's agenda. Are there any public comments? No requests to speak. I don't see anyone in our audience here. We have nothing from Santa Maria. Mr. Villalobos? Okay. So there's no public comment. We will move then to Planning Commission informational reports. Would anyone like to address any activities or information? Not seeing any. We'll go directly to the minutes, and we have 3 sets of minutes. The first of which is April 5.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of April 5th.
I'll second.
In terms of discussion, I have a concern about the minutes. I had several places where my own memory of what our discussion and decision was, particularly in the revised terms, are inconsistent. So what I'd like to do is see if we could get the planner to attend our meeting next week and just go through those minutes, or I will with her over the phone. So if I could beg your forgiveness, Commissioner Brown, could we continue
Yeah.
those minutes to the next meeting, the 7th of June?
I would let me just add that I would concur. I looked at these minutes and I'm going, this was one of my concerns when we were at that hearing, that there were so many changes, that so many detailed changes, that I was concerned that we wouldn't remember or how would we ensure that they showed up in our minutes. So I would fully support the continuance to the follow-on meeting to get that information from the planner. So
All right, so
I'll withdraw my motion to approve and support your motion to continue.
do we have a second to that motion?
I will second.
Any further discussion? All right, the minutes of April 5 being continued to next week. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye.
One abstention.
Correct, so that motion passes. Thank you. Then we have the minutes of April 26th.
Motion to approve.
I'll second.
Any discussion on the minutes of April 26th? All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. That's unanimous. And finally, the minutes of May 3.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 I abstain on that one, Mr. Villalobos. But the motion passes 4-0-1. I think that takes care of the minutes. So we'll go to the director's report. Dr. Russell, welcome.
Good morning, Chair Cooney, Commissioners. Pleasure to be here. Although I already reported on the hearing of May 2nd, which was the day before your last hearing, I did want to just mention a few things that are timely. We had an ag preserve replacement contract on that board agenda, but the main reason that I want to mention it is to remind the commission and anybody who's watching that our new fees go into effect next week. And along with the new fees we will no longer be accepting applications for notices of non-renewal of ag preserves contracts. All that will be necessary for someone who wants to non-renew a contract will be to go to the clerk recorder and record a notice of non-renewal. So, and I thank District 4 for bringing that to our attention. It turned out that the tradition that we had of taking board letters to the board and charging a couple of $1,000 to an applicant to start the non-renewal process was just that, a tradition, and not required by law in any manner of speaking. So we'll no longer be doing that. We also extended the non-medical marijuana urgency ordinance, and just as a brief report of the status of that effort, we're currently working with the ad hoc committee to come up with guidance that will result in a project description, which will be the basis for the ordinance or ordinances that we draft. We will be letting a contract for that with the board for the EIR in late June. Meanwhile, at the state level, the draft regulations for both medical and non-medical marijuana are out, and it appears that they are on schedule to be in place early next year. And also, the governor in his budget trailer bill has a lot about cannabis that basically makes the medical and non-medical a lot more similar if it passes in terms of the regulatory framework. There's a lot of overlap as it is, but they are distinct regulations, and there's an effort to sort of make them as similar as possible, and that's in the budget trailer bill. Going on to the 9th of May, we had a public convenience and necessity to do on-premises beer and wine sales at the community craft operation located on Alamo Pintado. We had a CREF grant to the Dune Center in Nipomo for the excavation and restoration of the Sphinx that is buried there from the silent movie Cecil B. DeMille's 10 Commandments. I'm not sure which part of the Sphinx they're excavating this year, but they're continuing that. We exempted an administrative professional position from civil service, and there were GSA formations, Groundwater Sustainability Agency formations for Cuyama, and the Santa Maria Basin fringe area. Turns out that the Santa Maria Basin was adjudicated, but not everything. There are little areas of it that on the fringe that were not adjudicated, and so we needed to form a GSA for that. On the 16th, we set the hearing for short-term rentals, and that'll be on June 6th, so that'll be a very interesting hearing, I am sure. And also continued to that date was we hope we will be getting guidance from the board regarding the approach that we will take to hoop structures. Previously, we had been given direction in the long-range planning work program to come up with an exemption from zoning permits for hoop structures. They're up to 20 feet, they're already exempt from building permits. And there was a desire on the part of certain board members to explore the possibility that a much simpler exemption could be based upon the fact that in the state tax code, hoop structures are listed as farm equipment. So we will be presenting a number of options to the board that they can choose from as far as how difficult that will be in terms of, or how complicated that effort will be. And finally, I'd just like to mention that the fines legislation that I've been working on, that's sponsored by the county, that Assemblyperson Limon is carrying, AB 556, passed the Assembly yesterday 46-8. So now it's on to the Senate and the Senate Local Government Committee. So that's good news, but it ain't over till it's over. So with that, I will entertain any questions that you might have.
Questions for Dr. Russell? Great report. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, Excuse me, may I ask a point of clarification on the approval of the minutes or the non-approval of the minutes on April 5th?
Please.
Thank you. My name is Suzanne Elledge, and I'm representing Kate School, and we were here just to confirm that the minutes were approved because there were tweaks to the conditions of approval. And so my question is, are the tweaks that you are going to be discussing with a planner related to that project or the other one? Because there's two projects in those minutes. And if they are related to Kate School, would we be able to have an opportunity to review those changes prior to the next hearing where you consider the minutes?
Well, all we did today was to continue the approval to next week. And the thought is that we would discuss with the planner which actions were taken by the commission, and if there's anything that was done in the subsequent discussions between the planning department and your office to change anything else, we can identify that. But by all means, as soon as that's pinned down, we'll ask the planner, Ms. Gerber, to contact you and let you know.
Okay, great. There were no changes that were initiated by our office. We were just here to, we got a copy, of course, of the minutes and of the action letter, and so we were just here to see that action was taken. We always take that final step, so we would just be interested if there's going to be any changes from what we saw published for today.
Okay,
All right, thanks very much.
you're welcome.
Chair Cooney,
Yes,
if I may, we did get an update on Verizon at Vieja.
yes,
If you would like to have that now.
sure.
According to staff, the application or the applicant has not resubmitted the application for that other location that we talked about. So it won't be ready to be heard at the June 28th hearing. More than likely, it'll be just a briefing. Since we continued it to that date, we'll just brief the commission on the current status, and there won't be any action. And then they will be working with their legal counsel to get a shot clock extension submitted to the county for that. So that's the status of that application.
Commissioner Brown, any questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Wilson. So we had tentatively moved. Would someone like to make a formal motion to change the location of the 28th to Santa Maria?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
None opposed? Okay, so we'll make that change. Thank you all. We're ready to go to item number 1, if Mr. Villalobos will read that into the record.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of the Oak Crest Farms Homeowners Association appellant to consider the appeal case number 16 APL 25, appeal filed on December 19, 2016, of the Central County Board of Architectural Review's preliminary and final approval of case number 16 BAR 76 and the director's decision to approve case number 16 LUP 189, and to determine that the project is exempt from the provisions of CEQA pursuant to State CEQA Guidelines Section 15303.
Thank you very much. Do we have any ex parte communications to report prior to considering staff's request on this matter? Don't see any. So, Mr. Wilson, what is the action that staff is suggesting here?
Chair Cooney and Commissioners, the action that is presented before you in the memo is to accept the applicant's withdrawal of the application as well as the appellant's withdrawal of the appeal and move forward on that as outlined in the memo before you today.
So it's a complete withdrawal, so taking it off our agenda.
That is correct.
Okay. Any questions? Do we have a motion to that effect? Commissioner Brooks?
I will make that motion. It's third district item, so I'm going to move staff's recommendation that we remove this item from our agenda.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? Why don't we call the roll on this, Mr. Villalobos?
Chair Cooney, members of the commission, just as a point of clarification, there was that third item on that listed action, which was the CEQA. So as long as the motion includes that as well.
I think the motion
Yeah.
was to
Okay.
move staff's recommendation, so it should
Right.
cover everything.
Thank you.
Commissioner Brown. Commissioner Blau.
Aye.
Commissioner Farini.
Aye.
Commissioner Brooks.
Aye.
Chair Cooney.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Very good. Are we ready to go with item 2? Okay. Please read that in the record, Mr. Villalobos.
The following is a hearing on the request of Susan Petrovich, agent and attorney for Rancho La Laguna LLC and La Laguna Ranch CO LLC, owners, to consider case number 06 TRM 2 and 16 CUP 30 applications filed on July 26, 2006 and December 20th, 2016, and to certify the Environmental Impact Report 16 EIR 1 pursuant to the state guidelines for implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
Commissioners, do we have ex parte communications on Rancho La Laguna? Commissioner Brown.
Got a phone call from Ms. Petrovich, and we had a brief discussion, or she had a question for me on the project.
Okay. Commissioner.
Yes,
Lau?
I actually initiated a conversation with Ms. Petrovich, asking her to provide me with additional information relative to conservation easements and to the Williamson Act, which she gratefully did, and I also forwarded them to Mr. Villalobos for redistribution to the other planning commissioners.
Thank you. Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, thank you. I had a telephone conversation with Mr. Chuck Roven, one of the owners of the property. I also had telephone conversations with Carla Frisk, Brian Troutwine of EDC, and Linda Kropp of EDC. Thank you.
I also had a telephone conversation with Mr. Roven and with the applicant's counsel, Ms. Petrovich. And also, I'm recalling one other conversation. I believe it was with the chair of the Valley Alliance and also with Carla Fisk. Commissioner Brown, you remembered another.
Well, I remembered several other. I've been on vacation and I came back and it was kind of crazy. I did talk to Ken Huff. He got a phone call from him yesterday, and a phone call from Brian Troutwine early last week. So I think those are the only two additional ones. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Commissioners. Okay. So we're ready to proceed then. Welcome back, Ms. Edie.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. This project was last reviewed by your commission on April 26th, where it was continued to today's hearing date. And I'm just going to briefly just summarize the project quickly. So this is the proposed tract map. It would subdivide the 3,900 acre project site into 13 lots from 160 to 605 acres. Each lot would contain a residential development envelope within which all future residential development would be located. And then the project also includes the state small water system to provide water to each of the new lots. And again, this map shows the proposed subdivision in relation to the surrounding lots. Surrounding lots to the immediate north and south range from less than 160 acres to approximately 600 acres. And then other adjacent lots are larger, from approximately 700 acres up to as much as 6,000 acres in size. At the April 26th hearing, the commission continued the project to today's hearing and requested staff to return with findings for denial of the project. Staff has drafted these proposed findings for denial for your review and consideration, and they are included in the staff memorandum dated May 11th, 2017. The findings for denial are primarily based on the project's inconsistency with goals and policies contained in the Santa Barbara County Comprehensive Plan agricultural element. And this slide provides a list of the policies that are specifically identified in the staff memorandum for today's hearing. In conclusion, staff recommends that your commission make the required findings for denial of the project, determine that the denial is exempt from CEQA, and deny the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Edie. Any questions of staff? Not seeing any. Rancho La Laguna, Ms. Petrovich.
Could you put up my PowerPoint, please? Mr. Chair, members of the commission, my name is Susan Petrovich here for the applicants. Before you start my clock, I did want to add something to Glenn Russell's report regarding GSAs and tell you that the San Antonio Basin GSA has also been formed between the Cachuma Resource Conservation District and the local CSD, the Los Alamos CSD.
Thank you.
So, on to today's agenda. I respect your decision last time, or your tentative decision, but I think it was wrong. So I thought I would go back to some of the basic principles that you and I both have to operate under, and all applicants have to operate under, and that is that we have a set of rules. If your decision isn't supported by evidence in the record, it will be arbitrary and capricious under the law. This commission starts every hearing with a pledge that ends with justice for all. And these applicants are here to ask you for justice, for you to play by the same rules they've been playing by for over 10 years. And even though this subdivision may not be the way you might plan to lay out these lots, it isn't a basis for denying the project. You must have legally supportable reasons for your decision, and we do not believe that you do. Those reasons must be supported by evidence in the record, and there must be substantial evidence in the record to support the findings. The findings are supposed to, in fact they must, create a logical bridge between evidence and decision. And we believe there is no basis for finding inconsistency with the zoning or the comprehensive plan. The zoning has a minimum parcel size of 100 acres. All of these parcels are well over that. The comprehensive plan, the AC designation, essentially addresses, and maybe a little bit, quite not accurately, but it addresses parcels that are in the Williamson Act contracts or are eligible. And the APAC and your staff have both determined that every one of these proposed parcels will be eligible for the Williamson Act. And the Williamson Act and the uniform rules, even though they're not mandatory, these parcels comply. The applicant has committed to putting the non-prime parcels into Williamson Act contracts, and I think you understand why the applicant doesn't want to put the prime parcels into that program. The parcels are also all agriculturally viable. The county adopted the Environmental Thresholds Manual to assist the staff and decision makers in determining where a potentially significant impact would occur, and also incidentally giving notice to an applicant as to what the rules were that they had to play by. The agricultural viability test is a detailed point system, and our letter provides examples of where the county and the EIR writer erred in assigning points, giving lower scores than the test dictates. Nonetheless, all of these parcels pass that test. Each and every one is a viable standalone ag operation. There's also no evidence to support a finding that the owner's home isn't compatible with agriculture. As my letter went into great detail, the RDEs, first of all, have been carefully designed and located to minimize potential conflicts with agriculture and habitats. But more important, the owner's residence is a compatible use under the Williamson Act and the uniform rules. The ag element doesn't say you can't have your home on your ranch or your farm. That was never the intention of the ag element. All of its references to residential have to do with urban development pushing out from the urban core, not someone having a home on their ranch. The Ag 2100 zone district allows a single-family dwelling, guest house, and residential accessory dwellings, uses and structures. The home is part of the ag operation. It is not an urban influence, as the findings would have you believe, or urban development. There's just no contrary evidence in the record. There's no evidence the RDE location impairs or changes the ag operation. The staff report states that the RD proximity to the field could create a conflict between residents and farming operations and could discourage expansion of agriculture. But no evidence supports this supposed fact or this supposed conflict. It's pure speculation. And the following photos will depict very nice, expensive residents It says, in the midst of farm fields in Santa Barbara County, various areas around the county. These demonstrate that owners seek to live next to their fields, and the fields remain in productive agriculture. It's practical and convenient. And then our letter provides practical reasons why having a farmstead or ranch home close to the fields for cattle ranchers, close to their livestock pastures. Farm security is a serious problem. Vandalism, theft, poaching, they're all costly. And at different times in the economy, they become downright destructive. When people are coming into your field and stealing copper wire from your pumps, from your well facility, when they're stealing equipment because they can sell it on the market, that puts you out of business for as long as it takes to replace that equipment. Convenience is another important factor. During calving season, the owners have to go out several times a night, every night, for night after night until all those calves have been born to make sure a cow is not having a problem. You don't want to live a long way from those cows. The farmers and ranchers choose to live near their fields and livestock. This issue that somehow their house conflicts with the fields or with their production shows a disconnect between urban and rural dwellers. The rural family understands and accepts the noise, the dust, the odors from agriculture. It's just normal. There's no county policy or ordinance that regulates proximity of your home to your farm field, and none should. It's none of anybody's business. That's the way people run their business, their agricultural business. And there's absolutely no factual or legal basis for concluding that a farm home near a farm field is a conflict or will impair the ag operation. But just for your information, and this is also in my letter, this shows how far these RDEs are both in elevation and distance from the farm field. Now, and compare those distances to the photos. The only thing dividing the home in this photo from the field is the ag perimeter road, which is part of the active farming. And incidentally, it creates dust and noise when there's equipment using it. Here, the family has used landscaping, as the owners of any of these RDEs could do. But the farmstead is right next to the fields and the dusty roads. Here you've got a huge house with lots of amenities, beautiful landscaping, including, you'll notice, the retention basin. For the ag operation, they've incorporated essentially into their yard. But again, surrounded by farm fields and dusty roads. This is another, excuse me, very nice home with formal gardens, landscape screening. 2 homes actually are here. More dusty roads and farm fields right next to the homes. This is Los Alamos. This is the largest farmstead that we could find of all. This one has the most landscaping and the largest setback, but it's still adjacent to the fields and the dirt roads. But you can see what someone who owned one of these RDEs could do without exceeding the RDE limits. This is an interesting one. Very nice home, pool, horse pastures, lawn, tucked into the farm headquarters, right next to all of that equipment, where they can keep an eye on it, incidentally, and right next to the fields. We believe this evidence demonstrates that any claim that the RDEs will conflict with the ag operation are just without substance. And no evidence supports inconsistency with neighboring parcel sizes. Those neighboring parcels, as you can see, are a mix of all sizes. They range from 12 acres to several thousand acres, with many sizes in between. The project parcels range from 160 to 605 acres. Topography drives the area parcel sizes and their diversity, and I'm going to show you slides that demonstrate that. And it will also explain why many of these surrounding parcels can't be further divided, because they still have to meet the same test that my clients have met, and that is that their parcels will be agriculturally viable. So here's the actual assessor's parcel map, and I'm sorry it's up on the screen. It's not easy to read. It's probably not any easier to read, but you can see that there's a wide diversity. And you might ask, well, why like down here have you got this cluster of 100-acre parcels with larger parcels around? Well, let's turn to the map, to the aerial photos. you can see why these parcels are going to stay large. Look how steep they are. You're not going to be able to prove any ag viability. First of all, you're not going to be able to farm these. They're going to be for grazing. And you're not going to be able to prove viability on a 500-acre parcel even, because it's not particularly good grazing. Down here, though, here's Rancho La Laguna. And one of the things, we also were talking about, or there was some concern about, well, what if these fields are divided among different owners who have different crops? Well, that's exactly what's going on under these leaseholds. These are all different operators who have different timing on their crops or have a different fallowing schedule. These are all being operated by different people with different objectives. That's how farming works. I also wanted to point out that a lot of this, the steeper topography swings right around, but then down here, this is the beginning of the Fox and Canyon Wine Trail, which you'll see on this next slide. And now this is another example of surrounded by steeper properties, you've got this canyon where you've got more 100-acre parcels and similar sized parcels because it's farming. It's more economical, it's much more productive, and you can make a living off a smaller parcel. So it all comes down to ag viability. So the agricultural element, even though it's quoted often in the findings, doesn't support those findings. Because try as you will to twist the wording, it just doesn't say the things that the findings would wish it said. And I understand the staff was in a rough spot trying to make findings for denial for a project that they've been processing for so many years and have put the applicants through so many rigorous hoops in order to demonstrate that these parcels will work, that it's difficult for them to come up with a basis for findings. The ag element addresses urban intrusion onto ag zone lands. That means residential subdivisions and shopping centers and industrial centers that have traffic and conflict. And the worst thing in the world for a farmer is to have their field, have somebody place a subdivision right next to their field so that people's backyards are right there. People throw all sorts of junk over their fence. You'd be shocked at the things that farmers find in their fields. And I'm sure Commissioner Farini can give you very specific examples. But that's not what we're talking about here. We are talking about parcels that start at 160 acres. So I thought I'd just quickly run through these goals and policies because this is what they were all about. And I as I said in my letter, I helped write this element. So I know what the concerns were of the ag community. The ag community actually precipitated the ag elements writing. They did the first draft and took it to the county and with some assistance. June Peugeot was actually a staff member. She's, of course, long retired. But anyway, goal 1, that was to assure and enhance continued ag because the farmers and ranchers didn't believe that the county was really behind them in this ag effort, and they were having all sorts of problems every time they tried to expand or intensify their operations. And they were having trails imposed upon them even when they came in for a permit that was related to their ag use. They also wanted the county's help in land improvement programs, which hasn't really happened, but that's what they were seeking, and that's what the ag element encouraged. Goals 2 and 3 addressed the key issue, and that was urban expansion, coming out and gobbling up the ag lands one after another, and what happened when one ag property would be converted to a residential or a commercial use, and the neighboring parcels paid the price. 4 and 5, and this is an ongoing fight for controlled burns. Ag grading was addressed in the grading ordinance later, and supportive uses. And the county's gone a long way, as you know, with allowing supportive uses, and with the Gaviota plan went even further. And finally, they were having a great deal of problems with their rural roads being so impassable or so difficult to navigate with farm equipment that they needed the county's help. And the county has gone a long way to help with that too. But without supportable findings, you must approve this project. The findings miss the mark because there just isn't evidence to support them. And without findings for denial, and with an EIR with no Class 1 impacts and findings that are supported by the record, your only option is to approve the project. So we would ask you to do that. You have the findings from the last meeting. The staff, the EIR writer, and the applicant team spent many hours tightening the conditions and seriously trying to implement EIR mitigation measures that would change with the times, as I also addressed in my letter, and to ensure that the findings were supported by the record, which they are, the findings for approval. The findings now being proposed are conclusory, they're not legally supportable, and the evidence just isn't there to support them. And I saw that yesterday there were posted another round of these little short shotgun emails from urban dwellers in opposition to this project. Not a surprise, there was a May 12 TGIF party at EDC, and one of the sponsors, Dennis Allen, is one of your the letter writers, but EIR writers. But the point is, those folks don't understand this project. Nothing's changed, and we hope you do understand this project and would ask that you approve it. Thank you. Any
Thank you.
questions?
Don't see any right now.
Thank you.
Chip Hanley?
My name's Chip Hanley, one of the owners of the La Laguna Ranch. In the last hearing, I kind of left here dumbfounded. Staff approval recommendation, and I really didn't hear anything to figure out that we were going to get denied. And I would just ask that you would reconsider your thought process and approve this project so we can go on. Viable ag, 40 acres can produce $500 to $100 million worth of gross sales in a season. So these are viable properties, and I'm dumbfounded. I'm just really shocked that we are where we are. So I really am asking you to reconsider the denial and approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley, I have a
Question?
question, if you don't mind. I'm going to speak to the issues of ag preserves, and one of the questions I need to get from you, the answer from you, is give me some idea of the range of value for farmland today. And I know you've got everything from grazing land, which my understanding is, maybe $10,000 an acre, whereas the high producing row crops can be as much as $40,000 per acre. Do I have that range about right?
Yeah,
That's about right?
That's what I would. That's
Okay.
the answer I would give you.
I'm going to do some math a little later on. I want to make sure that my
Yeah.
beginning number was correct, so thank you.
I would also, I think the Cattlemen's Association wrote a letter that was spot on. So I hope you've all read that and take that to heart too. So the only unsupport we've gotten is from the Environmental Defense Center, and they pretty much have tried to poo-poo every project. So anyway, thank you for your help.
Thanks, Mr. Hanley. Patricia Beltranena.
Yeah. Sound is good? Okay. Commissioners, good morning. 14 years ago yesterday, this partnership took over this fallow farm that had been for sale for a long time, had been owned by another family that heirs had to liquidate. And they expanded the prime ag to 530 acres. They expanded the water infrastructure for the cattle, the deer, and the irrigated ag. It's one parcel now, but there are 6 farming operations going on out there right now. 5 different farmers leasing, and the cattle ranching and dry farming that they run themselves. So even though there's no imaginary lot lines out there, there are 6 farmers working. Right now you can see the fields are full of squash, tomatillos, peppers, all these different crops. What you're looking at right now is a portion of the 65 acres of row crop land on proposed lot 7, a 200-acre parcel. The grassland over to the left of the photo up on that hill is the RDE, all of this invisible from Fox and Canyon Road. Back in the back you see a little round oak. The cropland hooks around there. There's another 20 acres hidden. We studied this for vineyard installation. There's 65 acres of row crop land and another 65 acres of grass that could easily, no permits, no mitigations, no nothing, be installed. 130 acres out of 200, and that's just one of these lots. Bigger isn't always better. Organic farming, sustainable farming, farm to table, the new medicinal and antioxidant crops that are coming through. All of these things. Our best little organic farm at the base of Nahue grade is 53 acres, and they strained to buy that. If you want to preserve agriculture, preserving these big, big parcels is not the answer, because we all know who's buying these big, big parcels. 2 landmark grazing ranches just sold to vineyard operators, and I made my career with vineyard operators and wineries, and I love them, but I'd like a little variety out there. If these farms are forced to stay large like this, families, children can't even have a home. 4,000 acres and you get 1 home. Your children move into urban homes, they get urban jobs, and the family dies out. The heirs are selling off the large parcels, and the only buyers are a couple of Chinese and Saudi Arabian groups, and I don't know what they want to do with the land they're buying, and the big vineyard owners who just bought 2 of your beautiful landmark grazing ranches that you'll see blanketed with vineyard. And that's what you're preserving, really. You're devaluing these large ranches for these heirs. They have no development potential if this is your answer. So they'll sell them off to vineyard developers at a bargain price. You say you don't want to see a change out there, but I'm afraid you're going to force it on us. So I thank staff for a decade of recommendations of approval and encouragement, and after almost $1 million behind them, you know, our local farming families can't afford to gamble that kind of money on subdivisions. So I think they will know that while the Cattleman letter really hit the nail on the head a few times, every vote against a project like this is a nail in the coffin of our ag families. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Beltranena, I let you go on for a little longer because I like everything you say and like listening to you. But
Thank you, Chair.
you know, all of us are aiming in the same direction here, so it's just a question of how we get there.
I understand unintended consequences.
Next is Linda Kropp. Linda will be followed by Brian Troutwine.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Linda Kropp, Chief Counsel of the Environmental Defense Center, representing SB CAN. SB CAN supports your decision of April 26 and urges you to adopt the findings for denial. Contrary to the assertion by the applicants, the findings are indeed supported by ample evidence in the record. No new information has been presented since then, and the findings reflect your decision. At the heart of the matter is the fact that the ranch is designated in the county's land use element as ag commercial, which imposes a strict requirement to maintain the commercial viability of agriculture. As noted in the EIR, the proposed subdivision is inconsistent with that designation, as it may result in fallowing of the current agricultural operations on the newly formed ranchette properties. In addition, the staff report notes the project's many inconsistencies with the county's comprehensive plan policies protecting agriculture. Most alarming and indicative of the applicant's disregard for the importance of maintaining commercially viable ag is the fact that they non-renewed the Williamson Act contract for the entire ranch and refused to accept a condition requiring continued combined farming and ranching operations. We don't know who will buy most of these 13 parcels or what their intentions will be. EDC was also very involved in the development of the ag element, and this was not what was intended. In addition to the ag policy inconsistencies identified in the staff report, the project is also inconsistent with Ag Element Policy 1D, which encourages ag preserve contracts. In this case, the applicants non-renewed the contract for the entire ranch and may place it in only 5 of the 13 lots. And interestingly, the project as proposed and conditioned would allow development envelopes of 5 acres, which exceeds that amount allowed in the uniform rules, even for the 5 parcels that may be in contract. So there's a huge inconsistency there as well. The project is also inconsistent with Policy 1G, encouraging sustainable ag practices to preserve the long-term health and viability of the soils, and Policies 2A and B, protecting ag from land use conflicts. In conclusion, we thank you for your vote in April and urge you to adopt the corresponding findings. There just simply is no guarantee that all of these new parcels will be preserved as commercial ag. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Troutwine.
Thank you, and good morning, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Brian Troutwine with the Environmental Defense Center, which represents the Santa Barbara County Action Network, or SBCAN. SBCAN supports the Planning Commission's denial of the project and the findings set forth in the staff report. These are all valid reasons to deny a project. However, we recommend revising the findings to include inconsistencies with hillside and watershed protection policies 1, 2, and 3. During your deliberations on April 26th, Commissioner Brooks specifically listed extensive cut and fill as a reason for denial. She noted, as did EDC and SBCAN and others, that in the steeper portion of the site, the upper lots are located on very steep slopes and the driveways necessitate extensive grading. Hillside and watershed protection policies 1, 2, and 3 require that projects must, quote, minimize cut and fill, and, quote, shall be designed to fit the site topography, soils, and geology. But this project does neither, instead requiring retaining walls over 12 feet high. The project involves grading 11,000 cubic yards for the water infrastructure alone, and another 23,000 cubic yards for the access roads. And this is in areas largely designated with a high landslide hazard. We think it's important that all of the Commission's stated reasons for denying this project are reflected in the findings, and therefore it is necessary to augment the findings with hillside and watershed protection policies 1, 2, and 3. Thank you very much.
Next, we go to Santa Maria, Elizabeth Schneider.
Good morning, Your Commission. I urge you to deny the project as stated. This land is full of rolling hills, deep canyons, and oak forests, as well as the home to amazing biodiversity. Splitting this land into smaller lots for development will undermine both its agricultural integrity and nearby farms and will eliminate many of the natural resources that make this area so beautiful. Perhaps most importantly, approval of this subdivision could set a precedent that would lead to conversion of other large agricultural parcels into upscale estates. Agriculture is our county's #1 industry, and sustaining agriculture should be a top priority. I urge your commission to deny this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schneider. Our last speaker slip is from Anna Citron. If you wish to address the commission, please submit a speaker slip to Commissioner Brown. I've got yours. I'm asking for anybody else.
Good morning, Chair Cooney and Commissioners. I'm Anna Citron with the Law Office of Mark Chatillo, and my comments will be very brief. Mark was here when you considered this project last, and he spoke to you about his concerns regarding the parcelization of agriculture and the impacts to agricultural viability. I just want to say that I listened to your hearing. I think the discussion was excellent. There were many good points brought up, and I think there's ample evidence, as Ms. Kropp said, to support the findings of denial. And so we would encourage you to deny the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Citron. Any other public speakers? Commissioner Brown? Ms. Petrovich, you want a minute?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very briefly, Susan Petrovich again for the applicant. So here we are back in the same position we were last time. The only people who oppose this project live in the cities. The people who support it are the neighboring property owners and the Santa Barbara County Cattlemen's Association. This is the old story between agriculture trying to stay alive and urban people not understanding what the needs of agriculture are. The lots that would stay out of contract, and of course Ms. Kropp still has it wrong, the applicant did not non-renew the contract, 1,500 acres in lots 1 through 8, 2,400 in lots 9 to 13. The 2,400 are the lots that the applicant proposes to put under contract. None of the ranch is currently under contract. So we would ask you to grant the project approval and to go with what the agricultural community has asked for. Thank you.
Nothing further, Commissioner Brown? All right, then we'll bring it back to staff. Anything to add, Ms. Edie? Mr. Wilson? No.
Chair Cooney, Commissioners, at this time, staff doesn't have anything to add further.
What is your reaction to the suggestion that additional county policies be inserted in the findings? Mr. Zorovich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in our evaluation of the staff report, or in preparing the staff report, we identified the policies which we thought were most obvious to support the direction the Planning Commission asked staff to take at the last hearing. We're willing to hear further from the Commission if they want us to add more, but in our review, we selected those that we could feel best going forward with as the direction we took.
Okay, Commissioners, Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, thank you, Chair Cooney. I did speak with staff several days ago, and I did raise the possibility about the hillside, because I had discussed that, during my deliberation. And by the time our conversation ended, you had convinced me, that perhaps, these didn't have to be included. I still feel that this is, for me, something that I'm having difficulty with as far as, the cut and fill in that particular. It might be so minor, and maybe, that policy is wrapped up in some of the, findings that we have now. I don't quite see it. I guess I'd want to hear from my colleagues if anybody else would support it. If not, then so be it. But I listened again to the hearing, and I think I was the only one who brought that up. But, you know, again, there might be some concerns from my colleagues here.
Commissioner Blau?
I'll maybe comment later on the cut and fill, but when we deliberated our last hearing, I heard comments from the commission that talked about they were concerned that as a result of not putting portions of the land into the Williams-Snack or a conservation trust, that somehow that led them to conclude that there was less viability or likelihood that it's going to continue farming. What I wanted to point out, and I asked County Council to be prepared to make comment if I misstate the facts, but putting it into the Williamson Act may have no benefit for parcels within the project, particularly the ones that have high crop values. Because what I learned, what happens is that if you have property in the Williamson Act, and it's, say, for example, grazing land, then they drastically reduce the property taxes because grazing land has not a lot of value. However, when it comes to a row crop that produces a tremendous amount of income, the assessor will make the calculation based on the income stream. And it could very well exceed the Prop 13 limitation on property values. What I did learn, however, though, is that even if it does exceed the Prop 13, you are taxed at the Prop 13 value. So it's not like you'll pay more than someone who is protected by that. However, if you have a kind of a crop that because of its production value exceeds the valuation under Prop 13, why would you do it? It makes no sense. It costs you money to put it in the Williamson Act. So, however, on the majority of this land that, excuse me, that's be used for grazing, it will go in the Williamson Act, and therefore they've got a 10-year contract and they get the benefit. The conservation easement was a little more complicated, to tell you the truth. What I learned was that when you put it into the conservation easement, you get a tax deduction for the decrease in the value of the land because of the easement. So, for example, if your property is worth $40,000 an acre, when you put it into the easement, and by putting it in the easement it's only worth 20, you get to take a write-off of that $20,000 per acre. However, what I also learned is that there's a limitation of 30% of your gross income. So let's take this ranch, for example. If I assume that, you know, half of it's row crops and half of it's farmland, grazing land, that's maybe $20,000 an acre. We've got 4,000 acres, $80 million. If my decrease in the value was, say, 30%, that means I've got to have a gross income of $24 million before I could benefit by the easement. However, and I think what's going to happen here, and you can tell, I mean, I'm just guessing, but this would make the most sense. If I've now got 13 lots and 13 different owners, I may put each one of those lots in a conservation easement over time. So I spread the tax deduction to match my taxable income in the future. At least they have that possibility. But it would take an incredibly wealthy person, tremendously wealthy person, to put this in a conservation easement and get the benefit. Dividing it up and doing it over 13 years with 13 different parcels, now they have a possibility of doing that. The other thing that I found interesting was it kind of depends when you want to do it. Obviously, if the land value today is on a row crop 40,000 acre, it might be 80,000 acre 5 years from now. Well, if I think that's what's going to happen, I'm gonna carefully time when I put those into an easement, because the benefit of the conservation easement is a difference in fair market value from the time when you put it into the easement. So if I decrease my value by 20,000 an acre in this year, and I wait 5 years and the decrease is $30,000 an acre, it's a much better tax benefit. And you only get to do this once. I mean, once it's in the easement, you're done. So for that reason, I understand why they're not doing it now. I mean, I gotta believe that this property is worth between 80 and $160 million, and I've gotta believe that these conservation easement is gotta be 20, 30, 40% of the value difference. It's just hard for me to believe that the current owners have that kind of income that they could offset to take the benefit of it, not the entire 4,000 acre piece. I just wanted to bring that to Commission's attention. It's something I didn't know, and it took me a couple hours of research to kind of figure it out, but that's what it's about. It makes no sense for these people to put this into in either the conservation easement or the Williamson Act, at least not all of the property.
Okay. Commissioner Freeney. I think we've evolved from questions of staff and the findings to deliberations, but we may return before voting finally to see if there's anything to the suggestion that was made by the public speaker as to whether the Hillside county policies should be mentioned specifically, or why not. We'll come back to that. Commissioner Freen.
After some of the public comment, I did have some questions of staff.
Okay, great.
Okay. So one of the things that was brought up in public comment was policy 1A of the Santa Barbara County Comprehensive Plan Ag Element. And it's talking about, the policy seems to be talking more about recreational use on agriculture. And I don't think that's part of this project, so we're putting a lot of discussion on 1A. And I was wondering, I think staff also has that in their findings for denial, where they're using that. And then the other one was on urban development. And I looked it up in the dictionary the other night, and I don't see that building a house on 160 acres kind of fits Webster's definition of urban, which I think is more inclined with neighborhoods and shopping centers, that type of thing. So maybe if staff could help me a little bit on where they came up with their definitions.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Freeney, 1 second, we're coordinating with the county council on this.
Sure.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Farini, so in looking at the Land Use Development Code, the definition of urbanization is any commercial, industrial, or residential structures on lots kind of reflects of 5 acres in size, or the creation of land divisions of lots of less than 5 acres in size. And that's for the urbanization. I think in the policies, it talks about not so much the urbanization, it talks about urban influences, which are not necessarily defined in the Land Use Development Code. And based, I think, on input received at the last hearing, I think the idea was that the subdivision of this project would create additional influences to create more residential structures than what is currently allowed on the project site as one large parcel. And carrying that thought process is what was, I think, used then to carry forward in the findings for denial, is that it would relate not so much to urbanization, because we're not creating small parcels, but it would result in further residential development than what could be allowed under the one lot, large lot.
My question.
I know, I was just
Okay.
kidding.
So I think I may be hearing what I want to hear, but I thought what I heard you say is it's not really urbanization. It's you're building more structures or whatever you just said, because it doesn't really fit with urbanization. Urbanization, we still haven't talked about what that real term is and how you're maybe misapplying it here. The other thing is I didn't read LUDC in here. I read that you were referring to the ag element in the denial. So, and then the third thing I heard you say twice was 5 acres, and I don't think these parcels, any of them, are under 160 acres. So,
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Farini, you are correct. There are no parcels that are of 5 acres in size or smaller in this. My reference to the structures was the additional residential development that could be done with a subdivision of the land, a large land, into 13 separate parcels.
thank you.
Mr. Blau?
Following that logic, how in the world would you ever approve any subdivision of any farm property? I mean, I don't, if this was 4,000 acres and divided by 2, hell, we're doubling the number of houses that could be there. So following that logic, how could you possibly say that this violates the ag element? I'm just not finding the logic here at all. I get, if I heard the term, we were creating ranchettes here. I think that term was disingenuous, but considering the source. But these aren't ranchettes. I don't consider a 160-acre parcel being the smallest parcel out there to be a ranchette or to be anything urban. So help me how you got there logically. I mean, I understand you got direction from the commission to come back with findings. I don't think you brought them back, not in this one anyway. So help me here how you can justify saying that this violates ag. However, there's a bunch of other parcels that we might subdivide that are ag that would not violate the parcel. And if you want to, you don't have to answer the question. I don't think you can. So,
Commissioner Brown?
You know, I'm not going to answer your question directly, but what I read was, and this came from, and I think I mentioned it last time, whenever it was done in the 80s, a group of farmers talked about, or agriculturalists talked about, the threats to ag land in this particular area, and it was about the parcelization of these lands. And it's not that staff wrote this, this was their input, and they had the foresight to understand. Ms. Edie, would you put this map up? They had the foresight to understand what was happening to these ag lands. And this is the very question I asked staff. Well, how come we have all these parcels that are tiny, teeny parcels? Why is that? It's this parcelization of going to smaller and smaller lands. And, you know, we talk about urban. Well, what is urban? It's about it's about more development, okay, on a piece of property. Well, isn't that what you're doing here with the subdivision of land into 13 parcels? You're allowing a lot more development both inside the RDE and outside the RDE than you could ever get with a subdivision of property that was less generous, less intensive. And I guess that's going to go to my point, is that I said last time that You know, I see that there is a project here, but it's not this one. And I think the fault of the applicant, if I can say that, is I would like to have seen a range of alternatives, as we've seen in some EIRs where they don't do a full explanation of all the alternatives, because, like Commissioner Blau says, you know, you could have done some other subdivision that would have probably preserved some of that more, set aside the prime farmland into larger parcels and still achieve the same objective. Anyway, so I just think that there is urban type influences with, look at the design guidelines we have for these houses. Gee, we've had to do dark sky standards for all the lighting that's going to be on these houses and on the property. Those aren't urban influences, those are urban influences. And I just think that there is this, the ag element does talk about parcelization, and I think that's sort of what's going on here. It's, I think there could have been a subdivision of this land that was less generous and sort of more reflective of the conflicts to ag and the need for the ag to, which is in our comprehensive plan, to be allowed to intensify and thrive. Not that it's not going to happen, but you can't. I think it's just more complicated with this kind of particular subdivision of this property.
Commissioner Blau, I'd like to let Commissioner Brooks have her piece too, but you want to respond to something Commissioner Brown said?
Not really. I'm going to continue with another issue, another deliberation.
Okay, go ahead.
And that is that one of the other reasons that I'm inclined to approve this just happens to be the values. The smallest parcel in here is one of the row crop parcels, 160 acres. And I'm guessing that that's 40,000 an acre. That's $6.4 million. If we require, I mean, I could almost be a farmer on that 160 acres. I can almost afford it, not quite. But I think that's the other thing that concerns me. If we were to require this to stay at 4,000 acres, it means that you'd have to have between 80 and 160 million dollars to be able to be a farmer on that site. I don't want to create rules and situations where only the big corporate entities like the vineyards and or foreign entities can come in and be able to do agriculture on this site. I mean, 13 parcels averaging, I don't know, it's averaging 300 acres per parcel. You know, that means that the average size in there is something like $12 million. There's farmers that can afford those kind of prices. 80 to 160 million, I think there's not a whole lot that can do that. So, and for me, when the staff and the environmental documents and the cattle ranchers and the agriculture community proved that all 13 of these parcels are viable for an ag operation, and the average size is 300, we're not talking about little 5-acre ranchettes. I see it continuing to stay in agriculture. And even if I were building my house on my 160 acres, I'm still going to lease the land to the farmer to let him grow crops. I mean, I'd rather have green crops around me than fallow land, and I'm not going to give up the income from that farming operation. Why would anybody in their right mind do that? So those are the reasons I've said enough. I'm ready to hear the rest of the commissioners and I plan on making the motion again to approve, and if it doesn't pass, you can make your motion for the denial.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, thank you. You know, when I was reading through the Ms. Petrovich's input that we received last week, I did go back to the hearing, and I listened to all 5 commentaries, and I felt that, you know, what stood out for me, the repeated theme of, you know, the inconsistency with the existing comprehensive plan. I'm looking at the consistency discussion in staff's report. And again, this is a very remote rural area. The use of the word urban, I guess, maybe that, the urban influences such as lighting, fences, different infrastructure that will have to go in there, that to me, that is urban, although we're talking about, a very, very rural location. I really feel that the comments that I made last time, still hold true. We've gotten some more information about Williamson and whatever, but I know I had that information before the last meeting. I am aware of, the different components of the Williamson Act. So the other thing I look at here is the zoning of ag commercial. Because it is a remote area, because it's a huge parcel, it has been designated as ag commercial. If we do this subdivision and we do this parcelization, it almost becomes, yes, they're large enough, they're ag viable, but to have a very thriving ag commercial operation, I think that will be done. It was mentioned several times at the last hearing that, with the 13 parcels that are being proposed here, there might be a selling off, for tax purposes or whatever. Well, that's outside really, my range of control. That will be up to the parcel owners. But I feel that with the large ag operation, I think Ms. Belcherina was saying there's 6 leased operations going on right now, and that's only on 500 acres. I mean, that could be expanded if the owners, so choose. The other thing about a large ag operation, and I had asked an agriculturalist that I know and appreciate his opinions. He said you also, with that large operation, you have some protection for wildlife habitat, you have some protection for the watershed, but once you start, again, chopping this up, that might be the beginning of the end. So, I'm ready to stand by, my comments from last hearing, and I would be curious to see if this hillside finding should be added. I'm okay looking at the consistency discussion that staff has provided us, and therefore, the findings for denial, are kind of an offshoot of that, and I can stand by those.
Well, before we get to our motions, I would make just a few comments about the project, and I was not expansive in my comments at the first hearing. I had a chance in speaking with Mr. Rovin to explain to him my fundamental concern with the proposal. In all of proposed subdivisions that I've seen in 13 years on the commission, we're always mindful not of just exactly what the applicants say they're going to do with the property, but what is the impact long-term on the surrounding community and the county in general. So, for example, if in a more urban area, a property owner with a 10-acre parcel says, I'd like to break it into 3 parcels, and the purpose of this is to allow my children to build homes on these other parcels. Right now I'm restricted. And so this laudable purpose, admittedly, should justify the subdivision of the property. And this commission has never hesitated to attach conditions, substantial conditions limiting the use of property in such a way that it is the greater community that's being concerned. So now applying that fundamental analysis to a very rural property, I think our considerations are different. We have on the books ag viability. Yes, that's for every parcel that results from a subdivision. But the only protection we have in our county codes and our policies is the ag element, which I think we all agree supports the continuation of agriculture. That should be our primary goal. And in analyzing a 13-lot subdivision, even of great size for the individual parcels, I think the question has to be answered. Does this enhance and preserve agriculture for Santa Barbara County? It's one of our highest goals and one of our most basic principles. Reasonable minds, and I urge that every single commissioner up here is reasonable, can differ about whether this project hurts or helps agriculture in the long run. There's no question, and Ms. Beltranena passionately indicated that what we're doing is limiting the number of children who can build houses on this property, relatives, children, partners, whatever. There's no question that that is an impact of not granting this application. But there's nothing that we're doing that harms agriculture. In fact, what we're saying is the operations they have out there today are not only acceptable and as productive as they may be or not, whether they only support grazing or whether they encourage row crops or, for heaven's sakes, vineyards. These are all agricultural pursuits, and this commission's action is nothing, says nothing about stopping or altering those ag operations. But where's the guarantee if we grant the application that ag is going to continue with the future ownership of the property? Let's assume a single lot, a single 160-acre lot, is sold to one of the farmers who's currently operating it, and that farmer decides for reasons of his or her own that the work is too hard, the kids don't want to do it, but it is in prime shape for sale to someone who just wants a little land around them, which we've seen throughout Santa Barbara County, but certainly focused on the San Ynez Valley. There's nothing that a future commission or a county board of supervisors is going to be able to do to prevent that property from being developed with minimization of agriculture. It's viability today. It's not viability when they go in for a building permit to build a home, a barn, related to the home, whatever. So it's long-term that I look at, and I feel we need to do in planning the future of the county and all the other parcels which could be subdivided. That's certainly the way I intend to look at them. In this case, which is the only one we're considering, the sum of the parts is greater than the individual parts. And if we start breaking up our large parcels like this without considering the future use of the property, I think we're headed down the wrong track. It's not necessarily urbanization, but there's no question that the step to a more urban environment begins with a single subdivision. So that's why I intend to support the motion I anticipate being made ultimately. If commissioners are ready, we can move to Commissioner Blau's motion, which he made tentatively at the prior hearing.
You know what, I'm not going to. It's patently obvious there's no change, that it's going to be a 3-2 vote for the denial. I think that's unfortunate. I will say that hopefully this gets taken to the board and the board reverses this decision. I think it's going to be if they don't, it's going to be terrible. You're basically telling people, don't bother coming forward to the county with any subdivision of ag land. That's not going to happen. I mean, the logic of this, for the findings of this denial, lead you to no other conclusion. So I hope the board, and not the board, the courts, will set this thing straight so that we don't have this kind of position again. So I'll let Commissioner Brooks make her motion for the denial.
I just want to say in response to that, Commissioner Blau, to say that no other project would be approved is a gross mischaracterization of what I said, what Commissioner Brown said. I think what we're talking about is this project. There is no doubt in my mind that this project could have been proposed in a different form that would have been acceptable even to this commission. So yes, I think we're indicating a great concern about what we need to do to preserve agriculture in the comprehensive plan. But we're not saying don't come forward. We're saying be careful when you do.
I don't know how more careful you can be when you're talking about parcels that are zoned for 100-acre minimum. Your smallest is 160. Your average is 300. I don't get how you are not saying that. I mean, if I'm buying property or home property and you've zoned it to, or my minimum size is 100, my smallest is 160, my average is 300, and you come up with these kind of findings, I don't get it. There's no logic for me in that at all. And I would have no confidence coming forward and spending the kind of money you have to spend in Santa Barbara to bring a project to this commission, given those facts and circumstances.
Understood. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you. You know, it's interesting how we have such a vast difference of opinion. You know, I look back, I've only been on the commission 12 years, Commissioner Cooney's been on 13, and I don't ever recall, this commission has supported subdivisions of ag land. I don't know how long ago, there was some off of south of Orchid. Fairly recently, we've done the one that's a subdivision that's there in the eastern San Ynez Valley of some vineyards. I think that was something Ms. Belternina did. So I think it's a careful reading of the county's documentation that talks about the preservation of ag and what it means. And for some of us, you know, okay, so I live in the urban area, but we've got farmers in the urban area, and my farmers are damn protective of their land, and some farm actually in North County. And they farm vast tracts of land. And when I did consult, when I asked him about this project and what was occurring, he says, no, I want to farm 2,000 acres. I don't want to farm 200 acres. I was persuaded by that his very comment that this is just not the right subdivision, that there is, as I keep saying, a project. But I think that we need to be more protective of our ag lands. And I just think that this project doesn't rise to that standard.
Commissioner Freeney?
So farming, agriculture is not static, and it's always changing. And as everything changes, right now it's required more intensification, right? So you have to go into higher value crop, which requires more money. And so then it goes back to how much money do you have to populate the farm ground? It's not just buying the ground or renting it. It's doing everything to it to make it productive. So from that standpoint, a smaller parcel size can be a friend to agriculture, not an impediment. The other thing is that a lot of farmers start small. New farmers don't have a lot of money. They have to start small. They need a smaller lease. But just like most people, I don't think, want to rent their home forever. Many would like to own. But if the parcels are too large, there's never the opportunity for the agriculturalists to purchase his own property and give him some security down the road. He will always be beholding to his landlord. That seems like a very arcane way to run agriculture. So this lot split subdivision would ultimately, I think, help agriculture. And I do understand the concerns for building homes and all of that. And the final word is there. I was called Sunday night by the sheriff to come out to one of the ranches for the 5th time this year. And it was, so we've now topped $100,000 worth of vandalism and theft from our ranches. And I asked him if we were being targeted, and he said no. He goes, it's so much area, right? And it's so wide open out here that we're just a small piece. He said, so we're not out of proportion. I go, well, what's the number so far? And he said, just in the Santa Maria Valley, it was over $500,000 just this year. And there are not a lot of people living out there on the farm. So the bigger the parcel, it would seem to me, the harder it is to handle. And we can't always depend. There's not enough sheriff to defend our property and our assets. So it's just a little different view of keeping this parcel viable, and I think denial of the project puts us on the wrong side of it.
Commissioner Brooks, I'm turning to you for a motion. I just want to say the individuals who brought this project forward are not to blame for doing so. It's unfortunate for them, and they do have the option and will, I'm sure, avail themselves of the opportunity to see if the Board of Supervisors would agree with their project as stated. But I don't want this day to end without acknowledging that I have great respect for my fellow commissioners. In this case, in particular, you, Commissioner Farini, who have been walking the walk for many, many years, and there's much to say for shrinking ag parcels. Unfortunately, we don't have a guarantee that any of the future parcels would be kept in agriculture. We can't control that. All we can do is act. So I think we're close to the same line. Commissioner Brooks.
Okay, before I make a motion, I'm not hearing much consensus to add an additional finding. So work with the findings we have.
Well, I'm
today.
kind of reluctant to engage in the process of drafting findings today. We're on the edge of this project. I think staff has made the case that within the findings that we have in front of us, they're broad enough to cover all of the concerns we have about the project.
I agree. Thank you. Okay, with that being said, and in consideration of all the comments that have been made, and before I make it, I just want to thank staff. I know this long, arduous process. The applicants, done yeoman's work. I somewhat agree that there is a project there, but for me, the 13 parcels would be parcelization for a subdivision that might not promote commercial agriculture. So with that said, I am going to make the motion. I'm reading from staff on page 4, that we make the required findings for denial of this project, determine that the denial of the project is exempt from CEQA, and that we deny the project as submitted.
And you're reading from page 4 of our staff report for today. Is there a second to the
And
motion?
staff has that up now. Thank you.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion on the motion before we vote? Mr. Villalobos, please.
Commissioner Brown. Commissioner Blau.
No.
Commissioner Farini.
No.
Aye.
Chair Cooney.
Aye.
Motion excuse me, passes 3-2.
Okay, thank you all. Very challenging project. We will take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 10 minutes to 11 with item 3 on our agenda. We're back on the record. This is the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission meeting of the 31st of May, 2017. We've reached item 3 on our agenda. Mr. Villalobos, please read that.
The following is hearing on the request of Mark Chatillo, Friends of Ballard Canyon, appellant number 16 APL 13 of the zoning administrator's decision to develop a development plan, and to adopt revised final mitigated negative declaration 15-12 state guidelines implementation of California Environmental Quality Act.
Commissioners, do we have any ex parte communications to report? Brown?
Thank you. I received an email from Mr. Allen, and I was on vacation, and I called him when I got back. I think I've been a tumult, but that's the only. Oh, and I got 2 phone calls yesterday from Mark Chatillo. We got a document late in. I don't know. I think all commissioners got it. Not sure.
I
Late
think we
in
did.
the afternoon. As well. Thank you.
Commissioner Farini?
Just a phone call with Matt Allen.
Anything, Commissioner Brooks?
Yes, I had a phone conversation with Matt Allen. I had a phone conversation, actually 2, yesterday with Mr. Chatillo, and I had a brief phone conversation yesterday with Bob Field, but we received his document. Same.
Anything, Commissioner Blau? I had 2 calls from Mark Chatillo yesterday. I believe that was all since the prior hearing. Okay.
Good morning, Chair Cooney, members of the commission. My name is Tess Harris, and I'm the case planner for this project. The item before your commission today is an appeal of the zoning administrator decision in April 2016 to approve a development plan for the Larner Tier 2 winery. An appeal was filed by Friends of Ballard Canyon in April of 2016. Your commission heard this item on April 26th of 2017 and continued the item to this hearing in order to allow the applicants and appellants additional time to address your comments and come to an agreement. This is a brief presentation overview. I will discuss the project description updates reviewed by the applicant and recommended by staff. I'll also discuss the responses for questions from the Planning Commission at the April 26th hearing. And then towards the end, I will briefly discuss the items that were received yesterday afternoon from both the applicant and the appellant. As a brief overview, the project is a request of a Tier 2 winery located at 955 Ballard Canyon Road. The winery development is surrounded by 34 acres of vineyard. The parcel is located on land designated in the comprehensive plan as agricultural commercial, and it's zoned AG2 100. Agricultural parcels surround the site. The parcel boundaries are shown in yellow on this map, and the red shows the roads near the project site. The site's located east of Buellton, northwest of Solvang, and south of Los Olivos. This shows you the site plan again for the winery and tasting room. The winery's in red, tasting room is in orange. The proposed tasting room would be 399 square feet for public wine tasting. The winery building would be 3,600 square feet, would include winery processing. Then the bottom right photo again shows you where parking would be located on the site, where there are 12 parking spaces. The applicant is also requesting a modification for overflow parking, and that is due to shuttling that would occur to and from the site for events. During the April 26th hearing, the Planning Commission requested that the applicant clarify their project description. So these are some of staff's recommended revisions. Condition number 1 in the special events section. Language was updated to include industry-wide events. The Planning Commission had requested that the project description discuss industry-wide events, and the applicant has requested up to 2 wine industry-wide events annually. Shuttling would occur for these events, and then there would be a maximum of 150 guests, similar to special events on the site. The project description also includes revisions to address the shuttle route that would be taken to and from the site. Shuttles would access the project site from Solvang or Buellton. And then the winery building hours of operation have been updated. So wine production would occur between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. And then during harvest season, the applicant had clarified that the winery operation would be extended from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Sunday. That since has been requested to be revised by the applicant to 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. And I will discuss that later in my presentation. In addition to the project description, other changes to the conditions of approval are proposed. Condition number 4 regarding lighting was amended to include dark sky compliant language for lighting on the site. Condition number 29 was amended to reflect an updated conditions letter from Environmental Health. And condition number 12, the winery parking management plan, language was updated to include reference to industry-wide events. Updates proposed for the project description and conditions of approval have also been reflected in the findings and the revised final MND. So these items have been revised to include changes to the project description, language on the shuttle route, industry-wide events, and winery building hours of operation. The Planning Commission asked for additional items during the April 26th hearing. Several commissioners mentioned that they could accept the scope of the project if the applicant limited the number of guests on site daily. Staff has not received an agreement between the applicant and appellant regarding self-limiting to the site. And I just wanted to make a clarification in the introduction of the memo dated May 23rd. The applicant and appellants have been in communication with each other and with staff, and they just have not come to an agreement. Yesterday, we did receive changes to the project description from both the appellant and the applicant. Then the Planning Commission had a question regarding a commercial kitchen. The applicant has indicated that a kitchen is not being proposed and it's not shown on their site plan. And then the Planning Commission also asked the applicant whether they could revise the hours of operation for events. The applicant has indicated that they would like to keep their initial request for an event end time of 10 p.m. And as such, staff has not made changes to the project description in hours for events. The revised project description and changes to the project are found to be consistent with county policies. So the project is consistent with the comprehensive plan, the San Ynez Valley Community Plan, and the Land Use Development Code. The project also complies with the Tier 2 winery standards, with the exception of overflow parking, and as such, the applicants requested a modification for overflow parking due to shuttling. The site's planted with vineyards. Structural development for the winery and tasting room meet the Tier 2 winery standards. And Ballard Canyon Road, where the site takes access from, operates at a level of service A and would continue to operate at a level of service A with the addition of traffic. And before I go to staff's recommended actions, I'll go over the proposed changes that we received yesterday afternoon, both from the applicant and the appellant for your consideration. First, these are all in condition number 1, the project description. First, I'll touch on the tasting room. The applicant proposed to self-regulate the number of vehicles daily with 30 vehicles per day on weekdays and 70 vehicles per day on weekends and federal holidays. The applicant also proposed to have a log or appointment system to be kept on site. And then once the maximum vehicle count is reached, the applicants proposed to not have any additional visitors on site for that day. For the tasting room, the appellants have proposed appointments, which should be made 2 hours in advance. They have also requested that signage be located on site and that the gate remain closed with the option for the gate to open during appointments. The tasting room also would not be allowed to exceed 15 vehicles per weekday and 30 vehicles on weekend days. The appellants have also requested that no more than 4 appointments per hour are made during weekdays and 8 appointments per hour are made on weekend days. Then the appellant has proposed that a log be kept in the tasting room, and once the limit is reached, the gate is closed and a sign is posted on the site. In addition, the hours of operation are proposed to be modified by the appellant to 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., both on weekdays and weekends. That's a change from the project, which had it at 10 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. on weekdays and 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. on weekends. They've requested signage for the 12 parking spaces and also included language stating that the website for the applicant would state the access route to the site. Regarding the proposed changes to the winery section in condition number 1, the applicant proposes language to include both bottling days and the harvest season, and is proposed to change the hours of operation from 7 a.m. to 6 a.m. during harvest season, with the end time at 7 p.m., and this would be Monday through Sunday. Then the appellant has added language to state that the winery would operate between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m., and when receiving grapes or bottling, the time that the winery building would operate would be from 6:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. And I did want to note in the applicant's proposed changes, they had used an earlier language that had 6 a.m. to 5 p.m. I had a phone conversation with Mr. Allen yesterday that, and he indicated that they would like to keep it until 7 p.m. And then regarding condition number 1, the events section, the appellants have additional proposals. They've proposed that the wine industry related events be considered part of the special events or gatherings. So wine industry related events would be considered one of the 4 special events or one of the 4 gatherings. They've also included language stating that social events would not be allowed, such as weddings or birthday parties, with the exception of events for family. They've included language to request that no amplified sound be included, meaning no outdoor music as well as no outdoor spoken word that's amplified. They've also changed the hours of operation for events, stating that events and gatherings would be conducted indoors by 7 p.m. and that all events would end by 9:30 p.m. with staff that does not live on the property leaving the site by 10:30 p.m. That's a change from the applicant's proposal and the project description that states an end time of 10 p.m. Then the appellant has updated condition number 12, which is the parking management plan, to be the winery transportation and parking management plan. They've requested that this plan be published online for each event. They've requested limiting the size of shuttles, avoid having shuttles pass each other, and including bicycles and pedestrians in incident reporting. They also have requested that a contact person be identified online for events. Staff's recommended actions, as stated in the staff report, are that your commission's motion include denying the appeal, making the findings, including the CEQA findings for the proposed project, adopting the revised final MND and the mitigation monitoring program, and granting the de novo approval of the development plan, including the parking modification. That concludes staff's presentation. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them at this time.
Do we have copies of the chart you just posted?
Chair Cooney,
Uh,
yes, you should have received them shortly before the hearing.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff? All right, ultimately, we're going to return to the areas of disagreement, and we'll probably have to go through them one by one, and we may differ from either the applicant or the appellant on any of those items as well. But let's hear first from the appellant, followed by the applicant, and then we'll have some other public comment indicated by slips that have been submitted to this. Ms. Citrin, welcome back.
Thank you. Good morning again, Chair Cooney and Commissioners. I'm Anna Citrin with the Law Office of Mark Shitilo, representing appellants, Friends of Ballard. First, I just want to acknowledge that this has been a long process. Emotions are high. I think a lot of us had very high hopes that we'd be coming to you with an agreement, and but unfortunately that's why you got submittals as late as yesterday afternoon, because we were really trying hard to reach. I appreciate staff clarifying the misstatement in the staff report, which unfortunately may have rippled out into the media and created some additional angst, creating the misimpression that Friends of Ballard Canyon had withdrawn from the negotiation process over a week ago, when in fact we were deep in negotiation through the holiday week. So I'm glad the record's straight with that. I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about legal standards and CEQA and showing you photos of accidents. We went through all that at your last hearing. Suffice to say that even after hearing the testimony of Scott Shell and the full deliberations at your last hearing, it remains our conclusion that an EIR is required on this record. There is substantial evidence supporting a fair argument of a potentially significant impact to traffic safety. And we've heard a lot about traffic volumes and that the roadway capacity is not exceeded. But indeed, the accident rates are above statewide average, and regardless of exactly how they're calculated, that is a fact. And you heard from our traffic expert that in her opinion, it is a potentially significant fact that warrants it. So as you're considering what might be an appropriate solution here, I just hope you keep that in mind, that part of what we're trying to achieve is to bring the level of traffic down to a level where it would no longer result potentially. So to get to the specifics of our proposal, and we appreciate that staff has summarized them for you in a table, I'm going to hit sort of on the big. And the first is that we are proposing reasonable daily limit for wine tasting and any tours that might occur in order to substantially reduce traffic safety. And the numbers that we've proposed of 15 vehicles per day on weekdays, 30 vehicles per day on weekends, that amounts to 135 weekly vehicle trips. Now, of course, to get in traffic terms, it's double that, people coming and going. But what it amounts to for the winery is 405 visitors a week, assuming 3 people per vehicle, or over 21,000 visitors a year. And for an 8,000 case winery, which is a small winery, we feel that level of visitation is ample, it's appropriate, and we did look at several permits in Napa County, and for wineries that are producing much more wine, they have secured authorization for lesser levels of visitation than Mr. Larner is proposing. So we think that there is precedent out there that wineries can have a profitable business with the level of visitation that we've. The other really critical, perhaps the most critical issue, is how this would. And what the applicant has proposed is self-regulation. And as an attorney, that makes me quiver. What that means to me is that the county will have no ability to enforce the self-imposed visitation. And what that means for the neighbors is that these issues could continue coming up indefinitely. And I think the last thing we all want is for this dispute to continue. We want there to be a specific and enforceable mechanism in this permit to limit visitation and to keep the winery accountable, so that there aren't unanticipated impacts and the neighborhood is protected. So what we've proposed is an appointment-only system. Now, it's worth noting that all wineries in Napa that were approved after 1990 are limited to wine tasting by advance appointment. And the wine industry in Napa is flourishing, so I think the notion that it is not viable here is unsubstantiated. The advance appointment system is also the best way to ensure there is not additional traffic on the road. In other words, people will see on the website, this is an appointment-only winery, so they're not going to drive all the way there if they don't have an appointment, and then to only be turned away, which other approaches could result. It's also the best way to ensure that public wine tasting doesn't exceed established limits. Meaningful enforcement of that. So what we're proposing is that all wine tasting be limited to persons who have made prior appointments, not less than 2 hours in advance. That would prevent the person driving up and texting on the cell phone as they're approaching to get an appointment. The other critical element is that the front gate, not the private gate that the Larners use for their private entrance, but the front gate for the winery is closed and is opened remotely for appointment. Again, that's sending the message to people. You can't just drive up and expect to be able to wine taste at the time. The proposal to spread out the appointments, that would, we think that would help make the whole experience better for wine tasters by having fewer people there at any given time, and it would also spread out the traffic the days, to concentrating them. There are a number of additional things that we're requesting. With respect to the wine industry or industry-wide events, that came up really at the last minute. The NEGDEC had analyzed the 4 special events, and actually I went back and looked at the NEGDEC, and while the project description is updated, if you look at trip generation, it's still reporting, I'm looking at table 5.15-5, it's still reporting only 4 special events, 4 gatherings. So it would be our preference that we remain with just the 4. And if they want to have industry-wide, it could be one of the 4 special events, or if they want a smaller event. We talked last time about the Williamson Act and about APAC's very clear direction with respect to the winery ordinance, that all events at wineries be beneficial and inherently related to the agricultural use of the land. And we request that that be specifically documented in the project description, and that weddings and events that are not inherently related to winemaking, that they not be allowed. And we understand Mr. Larner may want to, have a family wedding or maybe one of his employees, and that's fine. But, commercial weddings, advertising it for weddings. And it's our understanding that Mr. Larner doesn't want to do that anyway. He said that at the hearing last time, that his intention is really to have events that are focused around wine. And we appreciate that. And we would just like to have that codified in the as staff said, we're requesting that events and gatherings be conducted indoors by 7 p.m. And that's really to address the impact to the Eislers who live very close. As you know, these rural areas, sound really moves around, and having the event, move into the winery building for dancing or whatever might happen by 7 p.m. That's fully reasonable and would help address the land use conflicts. Similarly, no bus idling. Having buses on site idling could also result in land use conflict and air pollution, health effects, etc. And then finally, the transportation management plan. We're really just trying to expand what is currently defined as a parking management plan to embrace sort of the larger issues having to do with shuttling, because ultimately, it's not just parking on site that's an issue. It's how shuttles are getting to the site. As we heard last time, there are challenges with coming from Los Olivos, and that wasn't studied in the traffic report. So having all the shuttles come from other locations and having that, again, codified in a condition will go a long way to helping to avoid. And really, that's our goal here. We would really like to find a solution that works for Mr. Larner, that works for the neighbor, and that we can move on, because I think that's what everybody would like to do. And so we're looking to you, wise commissioners, to help us get to this place. Again, self-enforcement is really a non-starter. So we hope you'll start with, looking at how these limitations will be enforced, and making sure that there's a robust system, a by appointment system, so we know exactly what we're getting. So thank you very much, and I'm available for questions as necessary. I just sort of made a one-page summary of what I just said, if that's helpful.
Have you given Mr. Allen a copy of that summary?
I did not, but I certainly can. This one has my notes on it. Is there an extra one you could hand back? Thank you for sitting.
Okay, thank you. Oh, did you have a question?
Mr. Chair, it's really, I guess, a question for you and Ellen. How do you want us to ask questions now about what their proposal is and what that means? Do you want to wait till we're after public comment to kind of go over these item by item? I just have inquiries about how do you want to manage?
Why don't we hear from the app and get their input, and then if we have questions need by the council, they can certainly come back up. Mr. Allen. Okay.
Good morning, Commissioners and Commissioner Chair Cooney. Tess, if I can indulge you for a minute. I believe in your slideshow there was a picture of our gate. And it's not really easy to zoom in on that, but if you will look to the right of Larner Vineyard, there are two numbers, 955, 975. That gate accesses my house. The other gate that we have on the property accesses my mother's house. So it's hard to digest language that restricts my gate from being used for personal use in this case, but I'll move on past that. I really would like to start by thanking my family and my colleagues and the county staff for continuing to provide support and guidance throughout the process. I'd like to thank each one of you commissioners for giving me the opportunity to seek a reasonable resolution with my neighbors. a process you all put in motion, even if it took 7 years to get there. More importantly, I would like to thank my neighbors for taking the task seriously to find a mutual agreeable path. I have been seeking this permit for an extraordinary long time, and as you witnessed from my last meeting, any chance to find a clear and quick path to end this process for all parties' sake was welcome. I am disappointed that negotiations failed, as I respect the time and effort all of us have put into the motion to get here today. Without compromising the terms of our negotiations, I can tell you things broke down simply from a lack of trust. I can only assume that the Friends of Ballard Canyon mistook my attendance at every meeting where Ballard Canyon was even remotely mentioned with the county, planning commission, or board of supervisors as some sort of industrial expansion. Nothing could be farther from the truth. My persistence is to protect my livelihood as a boutique winemaker and to honor the future legacy that my parents created. Truthfully, a more self-preservation or selfish stance, if you will, as everything in my life revolves around that success. This is not a hobby. I don't have anything else to do. I have spent since 1999 establishing our vineyard working towards that goal. So when preconceived notions are written into the negotiations, it sets a tone of guilty until proven innocent for not just me, but also any of my Larner family members, including my kids. Proposed conditions so stringent that it handicaps our business for generations to come. At one point during the negotiations, I looked at Matt Allen and I asked him, should I take the plea deal? And he jokingly reminded me it's not a crime simply asking for a permit. I would ask the Friends of Ballard Canyon to search their feelings. What wrong have I done in the past 18 years that would make you assume I would operate my business without respect for my neighborhood or community? All of this kind of reminds me of a business review on Yelp. You only see the negative, and owners rarely benefit when they reply and defend themselves. Out of respect of everybody's time today, I have asked my supporters to have faith in the process. After all, this is just a neighborhood issue. This is why we have come up with a proposal today that I hope satisfied the concern and it achieves the desired goal of limiting impacts while allowing for sustainable business. I do look forward and cannot wait for this new chapter in my life. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Chair Cooney, Commissioners. I just wanted, can we put the comparison slide up? Chat about this. I wanted to go over, I know I wrote you all a letter and told you how we came up with numbers, but I thought I would kind of talk about that because we heard earlier that the Friends of Ballard Canyon are comfortable, my client profitable, with their suggestion. But actually, it's our suggestion that looked at what other wineries out there are doing. The traffic study indicates what an average winery in the Santa Ynez Valley sees as visitation. My client's not asking to be another Firestone or Gainey or some large facility. He's actually saying, I'll take less than an average facility in the valley. I'll go to 75% of what just a purely average winery sees for visitation. That, to me, allows neighbors to have some certainty as to what the visitation numbers are, but also gives my client a chance at economic success. It's not guaranteeing him because he's actually below average when it comes to visitation on just our proposal. I didn't hear any explanation for why the opponents think 15 vehicles a day on the weekdays or 30 vehicles a day on the weekends makes them comfortable that my client's business will be profitable. I don't know where they came up with the number, but I didn't hear any basis for why that's comfortable to them that my client's going to have a profitable business. He's got 136 acres out there. He's got a family that relies on him. He can't just roll the dice and say, "Oh, 15's good. I'm going to be able to make money at 15. Let's just do that." We heard Friends of Ballard Canyon say that this has to be by appointment only because that's the only way they're going to be comfortable. Well, there isn't another by appointment only estate winery in Santa Barbara County that I'm aware of. I don't know that refer to one, which is why we're talking about Napa. When you talk to the experts, Silicon Valley Bank that come around and speak, they say by appointment only works when you're selling a $150 bottle of Cabernet in a limousine. No one can prove that it works for Mr. Larner when he's trying to sell a $30 bottle of Syrah. And to say that he's going to be the first one, he needs to put his family's property at risk and his business at risk because the Friends of Ballard Canyon are comfortable that he's going to be economically profitable, doesn't make Mr. Larner comfortable. It's not a viable business in any way, shape, or form to say that by appointment only works in Santa Barbara County. It's not proven, and it's a huge, huge risk for whoever decides to want to take that on. But it's not fair when we're talking about purely traffic issues to say that's the only way to solve this problem. That they want some comfort in how many people are going to visit. We're offering that. We're offering a cap. That's the best way we know of to say they'll be comfortable that Mr. Larner can be economic. We're offering to keep a daily log, keep a record of this, make sure that you're complying with it on that basis. That's just how we see it. When we were here last, the commission asked for information as to whether Larner intended to have a industry-wide event. I think you all know the ordinance basically exempts industry-wide events from being a special event or being a gathering or whatever it is, and says if there's an industry-wide event going on, do something at your winery. Mr. Larner said, you know what, if I'm gonna do it, it might be twice a year. And so that's what we came back. But really, when you look at the fact he's agreed to shuttle for gatherings and industry-wide events, if he decides to have an industry-wide event, a gathering or an event, a special event during an industry-wide event, that takes 70 vehicles off the road and puts 2 or 3 shuttle buses. So I don't know why the Friends of Ballard Canyon would complain about that, because if we're here talking about traffic, a few shuttle buses isn't the problem. So I don't understand why they don't agree to this, because if we have an event, that gets rid of the cars, puts a few shuttle buses on the road. Should be a net benefit from what they're worried about. Getting down to the individual things in the industry-wide event issues they're raising, Mr. Larner's agreed that amplified sound would only be indoors. There are not a lot of cars leaving at the end of the event, just a couple of shuttle buses. Not talking about a lot of impact, which is why he asked that they be allowed to 10 o'clock. All of this other stuff, I think, really goes back to the same thing Mike talked about earlier, which is they just think he's going to abuse his neighborhood. Michael lives closer than any of these to the winery. He's got young kids. He doesn't want to have a nuisance in his own backyard. That's not the goal here. The goal is to have a winery that can operate sustainably, doesn't have so many regulations on it that feels like tagging his grandkids and kids with a nightmare for the rest of their lives, dealing with all of the strict permit issues, language, which is why our solution was simply putting a cap on weekdays, cap on weekends, and that gives everybody certainty how much they pay. Thank you for any questions.
Mr. Allen, I think there are a couple of questions.
I'm trying to understand from a winery's perspective or a winemaker's perspective about visitation. And surely people don't waiting at the door at 10 o'clock wine drink. Probably pump during the midday, 10 o'clock, noon, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. So how would you modulate this? If you have 30 vehicles, you have them show all up all at once. They're probably not spread out. I don't understand how, even with appointments, you have 15 weeks vehicles on weekday, you'd have to have some come at 10 o'clock, 11, some at 12. So how do you broadly talk about sort of the expectation of when people come to a winery and when they think about coming?
Sure. I think first, if you're looking for an expectation of how many people could be there at once, the parking is really the issue there.
Right, control, so you couldn't have 30 cars show up at once
Correct.
because
So
you don't have
there's
parking for it.
the project description has a limitation in how many parking spaces are available for tasting. There's 12, 2 of which are handicapped, so 10 of which we can regulate. Most people's businesses are any example. So you're really dealing with 10 parking spaces for visitation. Full, you don't have a place to park, they need to go back to serve out. I don't know anyone else that has a cap out there. My impression is if you start eating his cap, he's going to have to move to an appointment system only because he can't let his wine club members show up at 4 o'clock on a Saturday and there's a sign out that says, sorry, we can't take more visitors. So if he's successful and if the numbers are starting to see 30 or 70 a day, he's going to have to go to an appointment system or going to turning people away and make. So that's why our language said either account or an appointment system, because if he's successful, we're going to move towards an appointment just to make sure everyone gets. And I think that may explain a little bit of how do you work. But I think between the parking issue, parking restriction, and the fact that he doesn't want to send people away at 4 o'clock on a Saturday, he's going to have to figure that out.
That's going to be self-limiting anyway.
I had just a question about the what you were saying about amplified sound. Is the intent that you would not have outside amplified sound if there's a speaker, for example, addressing a group that's gathered there?
The project description says no outside amplified music.
Yeah, that's what I understand it says, right. And the question is the additional possibility that there could be amplified non-music.
I'm trying to think of a scenario where you would have outside amplified discussion. It doesn't come to me, but if that were a sticking point for you, Commissioner, I'm sure Michael's fully willing to agree to not put up an amplification system speaking voice out.
Well, I can imagine a situation, even when he has a family wedding or something of that kind, where there might be a big group and somebody wants to have amplified sound. I think that's a sticking point for the closest neighbor for sure, but
Okay.
But I just wanted to understand what you were proposing. I didn't hear one way or the other.
The project description says no outside amplified music.
Okay.
And I think if that's a sticking point, I think there's any problem with adding in no outside amplified music or sound.
Well, let us know if it is.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Allen? Don't see any for now.
Thank you,
Thanks.
sir.
Okay, let's hear from the public speakers, of which there are 6. So please limit your comments as well as you can, and I'll remind you if it takes longer than 3 minutes. First are Ron and Diane Griffin. Mr. Griffin is at the top of the list. Now, for planning purposes, in order, the next is Alan Davenport and then Lee Lehman. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. First, I'd like to say that we have all tried hard. Both sides have in the negotiation about what you now for you. I also want to, just one point, kind of a, not, but our main concern is people on the road. And that's why we set limit the 30 that we put for the week. The amount that Michael wants to have, 7 people or appointments, cars, on a weekend day, that would be a car every 6 minutes coming into his station over the course of, if it closed at 4 o'clock. That's way what I find acceptable, safe on our road. I don't think that he wants a big party there all day long. It makes no sense for the experience of people who are there. One of the reasons I haven't ever talked before in public, I came last, something that happened about a month and a half. I was coming back to Los Olivos along Alamo Pintado, a lot of tasting car. A car came out in front of me, this was late, and was driving a little erratically. And as we approached the outskirts of Solvang, they didn't slow down where it does slow down. And then at the corner of Viborg, Alamo Pintado, there's a 4-way stop. They blew right through that stop. And there was people on all sections of it trying to enter onto the road. These people were obviously impaired from being out wine drinking. And that is hopefully just an aberration, but it is a possibility. They would have been on our narrow road. I don't know how they would negotiate it. That's why I came to you. That's really our objective. Make sure that our neighbor, we don't have bad incidents, his family or his customers. Bad. By limiting the amount of people that come to this appointment, that way we mitigate that so we both survive and friends.
Thank you, Mr. Griffin. Diane Griffin.
Well, I had a question, yeah. I just wanted to know if you'd called 911. Next time, please do.
I'm Friends of Ballard Canyon. My name is Diane Griffin. I walk roads. We live on the corner of Ballard Canyon and Chalk Hill. I have noticed in the past couple of years that the traffic has become heavier and heavier. There's not a lot of shoulder. And I'm concerned about it for our safety. And it's fine, we think, for Mr. Larner to have a business there. We just don't want so much increase in traffic that we can't live our lives there in comfort and safety. And that's really what I'm concerned about. Not his making money, it's our safety. It's our road. These are our only roads. We don't have alternate roads to drive. And so there are a lot of people out there walking. I see people all the time. And I know how to be careful because I know that if it gets to a narrow area, I just don't walk until the cars go by. And it's consideration. What?
Thank you, Griff. Alan Davenport.
Davenport, I've lived in Ballard Canyon since 1999. First of all, I want to echo some of the comments that were made earlier. I hope we can put this to bed. I hope we can finalize this and have something that's going to be acceptable to both the neighborhood and to Mr. Larner. I was very disappointed when I found out that we were not going to be able to come to an agreement. Quite frankly, I did think the negotiations were dead in the water at one point. I was in a meeting with a board that I'm on, and the principal of my daughter's school, who happens to take a wine tasting class with Mr. Larner, came in, and I talked to him about the situation, and I was pretty frustrated at that time. And he sent me an email later and offered to help us negotiate. And he had some experience in that. I pretty much told him, you know what, it's dead in the water at this time. I don't think it would do any good. Well, fortunately, after that, Bob Field, of all places, helped some of the people in our group see the light a little bit, and we did come together, and I really felt we did have an agreement, and I'm very sad and frustrated that we don't. But we all do wish that Michael can be successful in his operation, and we think there is a way that can be done where there can be compromises. We've offered our suggestions, and let's just see if we can get this done so we can move forward.
Thank you, Davenport. Lee Lehman, followed by Wendy Eisler, and then Richard Lehman. Last.
This is Steph. It's Lee Lehman. I really didn't think I was going to be so allowed to say anything about what was. Anyway, you're probably getting tired of about safety. Have a growing problem that is, our drivers are finding the shortcut to avoid Solvang's gridlock traffic. Deck through Ballard, Haslarner's. That's a and it's not an exact. It's the truth. Okay, that aside, I have one of them is all sake. Ballard, my knowledge ever, Ballard, 70s. I'm hearing about some low park that that's something. And clustered up, but consistently, 7 years felt Ballard could not handle another tasting room, and spirit of compromise together made what we feel is a large as with some together on that, but not have tasting room by appointment only on Ballard. Ballard, other road does lack standards. So compromise, give and take.
Thank you. Ms. Eisler.
Eisler. My property line is 200. Residents 400 to something like.
Could you pull the microphone down? Sorry.
Yes.
Thank
Sorry
you.
about that. Wear my high heel shoes. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you very much. We all are repetitive in what we said, but we were very sure that we had negotiated and compromised. The compromise came from you the last time we were here. Let's try to regulate, make some kind of regulations so both parties would be satisfied. And we did come up with the concept of by appointment only, tasting by appointment only, which seemed to be agreed upon with the concept that we did not talk about today, that we would consider open tasting on weekends. I haven't heard that today. That was in part of, that is part of my suggestion.
Hold on, Mr. Allen. You're out of order. No, you're out of order. Okay, hold on. I'll give you a chance to speak.
That's part of my suggestion and it was not brought up. We hope that you can make some compromise so that we can work this out, so that we as neighbors are satisfied not to have so much traffic on our road, safe for the community. Because we had thought everything was agreed upon, we were very satisfied when suddenly I heard over the Memorial Day weekend that Michael has decided to not only not negotiate any longer, but to go back to his original thoughts, which would exacerbate the problem. So that what we had agreed upon last time is even more difficult. We are, part of us, in an inner rural area, not out in the country. We are adjacent to the winery. We will be very much impacted by the traffic. And I don't have confidence in self-training. That's not adequate. That's not fair. That's not appropriate. I think the value of somebody's wine could be enhanced by private tasting, wine tasting by appointment. It brings it above the level of an ordinary wine. I think that's very nice. And the concept of partial open wine tasting would allow him to have public access. There's been some modifications today. The modifications that we were not aware of were the modifications of the parking and the overflow parking. And that will make a very big difference in my life. Some of the old plans show bus parking on property line. I know that's so because the vineyards are on property. There are some errors that need to be rectified.
We're out of time, Ms. Seisman.
Okay, very good. I don't know if you come to a decision to being final one way or the other, or if it is in your ability to make compromise. If you hope that you will be able to make some compromise. Thank you.
Richard Lehman, Mr. Lehman, you're the last speaker today.
Thank you. I appreciate this opportunity to talk. I want to say that I was involved in the early 90s negotiating nuclear arms treaties with the Russians. And we had an underlying principle, and that was we don't be confrontive. We trust the other party, but we verify what comes through. There is no verification mechanism in place or in the offing that I can see, which allows us to have faith and confidence that any restrictions that will be placed on Mr. Larner or any of the forthcoming wineries down Ballard Canyon Road, which we firmly believe that there will be some because there are so many vineyards down there, and I believe that there are people just sitting there waiting to see what happens in Mr. Larner's case before they submit their applications, lacking any legitimate and actual enforcement mechanism. There is no ability to believe that any of the standards that we set or accept will be enforced. Secondly, we've talked a long time, 7 years plus, about the problems on Ballard Canyon Road. I will tell you, I live right across the road from Mr. Larner, and I control my verges for fire suppression. I mow them. The county doesn't mow them. And the only thing that I do that scares me is to drive my tractor on those blind curves with people coming, whipping around the curves without consideration to what might be out there. I can only imagine the only worst thing would be to be on a horse or to be on foot. Ballard Canyon is a dangerous road. It will continue to be a dangerous road. The cumulative effects of Mr. Larner's winery and other wineries is unfathomable. And I urge you to put restrictions, all the restrictions in place that were forwarded by the Friends of Ballard Canyon last week. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Mr. Lehman. Are there any other speakers that wish to address the Planning Commission that haven't submitted slips? I don't see any. So let's go back to the appellant, just 2 minutes, and then the applicant 2 minutes, and we'll start going through the list.
Good morning still. Anna Citron for the appellant. I just want to address a few points that came up having to do with visitation. We heard from Mr. Allen that there's no basis for our number. their number is based on an average of 5 wineries and 25% less than that. I would just say, and I think you are all well aware because you participated in the winery ordinance discussions, that this is not an average winery, this is not an average location. And you're determining not what would be appropriate for a theoretical winery somewhere in the county. You're determining what are the appropriate visitation levels for an 8,000 case winery on a highly constrained rural road with elevated accident rates and significant safety problems. And you know, the decision you make today will, I know it's not technically precedent, but it will inform future decisions. And when you're looking at future winery applications coming in, asking for, you know, maybe they're going to grow more grapes, make more wine, have more visitation, you're going to end up with significant cumulative impact. And that is what we are trying to curtail by establishing firm, enforceable limitations. Now, the numbers we came up with, 10 or 15 on the weekdays, 30 on the weekends, are in line with the permits that we've seen in Napa. In fact, it is much less visitation. And you got an email from Bob Field, which goes through some analysis. Another winery that wasn't mentioned is the Kenzo Winery, which 85,000 gallons, I haven't done the math, only 75 visitors a week. So we're looking at drastically lower numbers. And then finally, with respect to the assertion that there are no other by appointment only wineries in the county, that is not true. We're aware of the Deerberg Winery, which is by appointment only. There are 2 others that we've heard are appointment only, Harrison Clark and Demetria. There are probably others. A lot of them maybe are operating under the radar, but I think there's certainly a model in Napa to look at. I think there is a model locally if we were to want to look at that. But we feel that what we're proposing is reasonable, and if we want to talk about, numbers and moving them up a little bit or whatever, we can have that conversation. But what we feel is critical is that the by appointment system be in place so that there is and there's ways to actually limit the vehicle road. And with respect to the gate, there's a code. I'm sure I would guess that it's not that difficult.
Okay.
So thank you very much.
Oh, I have a question.
Yeah.
So the wines that you're talking about in Napa, they sell for what was the average price per bottle on the 8,000 wine that has it by appointment only?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Bob, I don't know that.
Okay. Mr. Allen. You have 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to apologize for interrupting the public comment. Had lengthy discussions with Mr. Pillow that he would make an effort to ensure that our client didn't discuss settlement because he asked that they be confidential, and I agreed. So maybe Mark here, I was under the assumption that that would be upheld.
No need to.
So I think Commissioner Blau made a nice point. Refer to the Kenzo Winery. I'm familiar with that. That's a $250 bottle of Cabernet. It's a guy who made, can't remember the arcade game, Street Fighter. And, as a billionaire, you really don't need to worry how much wine you sell. He lives in China and comes here once in a while maybe to look at his pretty winery. That's not Mr. Larner. That's not family. That's not a risk that any family dad would take for his family in trying to protect a lifelong dream of owning a winery and running an estate. I think we've tried to be reasonable. We've tried to give numbers that give the neighbors some confidence they're not going to see enormous amounts of traffic. There is a 10-car max, so you're not going to see massive numbers coming in at any one time. If those 2 issues, either the cap or the parking, create problems, and he'd love to have those problems in the sense that he's got that many people wanting to come, he's going to need to go to an appointment system so he's not sending people away angry. And to say that he's not doing anything that they can verify, he's keeping logs. The county can come and look at the log. We want to send it to the county. I don't know who actually at the county would take them, but sure, they can have them. that's part of the provision that he has to keep them. The county can check on that. So there is a way to verify it. He is trying to be reasonable. He is trying to come up with a number that gives them some confidence, but allows him to run a real.
Okay, thank you.
Question.
One question.
The question, is the overflow parking for the buses? Is that what we're doing? I'm not sure
Sorry,
what that's
yeah,
for.
the overflow parking, you have a,
Yes, Chair Cooney, Commissioner Blau, the overflow parking, they had submitted a Lot 72 and then St. Mark's in the Valley Church agreements to park on those locations. The idea is that overflow parking could occur at either those two locations or another location that would need to be approved by staff.
So there's not an overflow parking at your winery, am I correct?
no. And
Okay,
Right.
I just was,
There's
it
two
confused
spots
me,
for
it
the
confused
shuttle
me.
buses to park, but the overflow is off-site, allowing for that.
It has nothing to do with the winery itself and the parking at the winery. Okay, that makes sense, thank
All right. Thank you all. It's regrettable that you weren't able to climb that last mile together, but I'd like to clarify with staff the parameters of our discussion. Is it up to the commission to come up with the differences between the two proposals that have been forwarded lately, or do we have the ability to come up with something in between? Mr. Wilson.
Chair Cooney, members of the commission, staff's position is the conditions that have been presented in the memo and previous documents are sufficient. The ability that has today is to consider the table, the information that's presented. In regards to the project description, I would for that to the applicant as far as changes to the project description. As far as the other conditions, if the commission feels that they would like to make changes, well, that's review. Staff provide site report on.
In other words, if we vary from the recommended modifications as laid out by Ms. Harris, we should seek the applicant compliance with that, and the other alternative available to the commission, if we can't accept those, it would be to deny the project.
Chair Cooney, members of the commission, that's correct. So the project description is something that the applicant proposes. So if there are changes being made to the project description other than what the applicant has proposed, that would need to be okayed by the applicant in order to go forward. The other would be denial.
That's cool.
Yeah, Chair Cooney, just a clarification, the other conditions outside of the project description is within the purview of the commission to modify those as that support.
Okay. So I think our primary focus needs to be the project description then, to see if we have a project or not. But that's my perception. Any other commissioners want to make comments before we start going through, Commissioner Brooks?
My comments will, I think, when we go down the list.
Okay.
Yes, I do have a question about.
All right, are we ready to do that now?
We do a lunch break and what's the plan?
I do see us spending another hour project, so why don't we take 10-minute? Well, we have another item. How long is that going to take? Wilson?
Chair Cooney and members of the commission, that has been slotted for an hour as well. So depending on any discussion we have on those items related to that, it could be an hour plus on that one as well.
All right, then let's take a break here a little longer to allow people that need to get some refreshment and a break, and we'll come back at 1:45. We're back on the record. We are on item number 3 of 4, and Mr. Villalobos informed me that we had several submissions that we have to separately vote on in order to consider. Not that we haven't seen them, but we will need a formal vote. And do you have a list of those, David?
Yes, Mr. Chair. First was an email at her. There was dated May 29th, and the rest dated May 30th. One email from Bob Field, and letters from Anna Citron.
Commissioner Blau.
And I assume they're all more than one page?
Right.
Well, yeah. So, I'd be glad to make a motion not to approve them, put them in the record. Just for everybody's benefit. Part of our training that we go through every year is to learn that while we're up here taking testimony, that it's our moral, ethical obligation to listen carefully to the testimony that's given. If we're sitting here reading 2 and 3 and 4 page documents, they consider that an ethical violation. So if we don't have them in by, I believe it's noon on Monday, that's the time frame, that we don't have enough time to read them and consider them, and they're not part of the record. I won't be making a motion to approve them, and if there is one, I will be voting. But I want everybody to know why. It's part of the ethical training we have every 2 years. It's something that they kind of.
In view of the fact that Monday was a holiday, we were accepting through noon on Tuesday. Okay,
And
so
these ones came in after.
These came after noon on Tuesday. All right. Is there a motion to accept those items into the record?
I'm going to make that.
Mr. Brooks?
And I'll second that. Just because I took the time yesterday to read them all, I think it's important. I would normally agree with Blau, you get late or don't want to do it, but I think it's important enough and that we accept them and that they become part of it.
We have a motion on the floor. David, will you call the roll?
Commissioner Brown. Commissioner Blau.
No.
Commissioner Freeney.
No.
Commissioner Brooks. And Chair Cooney.
Aye.
Motion fails 3-2.
Motion to approve. Pass.
No, fails. It requires a 4. So unless anyone would like to reconsider the motion, items are not.
Well, 2 of the letters were from counsel for the parties, and I think the statements we heard repeatedly were that they had no opportunity to submit the items earlier as they just learned the negotiations had failed, or they participated in lengthy negotiations. I think it's exceptional, and those letters, as well as the others, should be included for this purpose. But I respect the decision, fellow. Commissioners, is there any desire to change your vote? No? Okay. Then it stands.
So, Mr. Chair, what does that mean? I mean, for the information that we've gotten, that we've been using.
No, it doesn't affect your information.
Okay. Fine.
You read something that was sent to you, so you have it.
Okay.
But if you're basing your decision on something in there that's not otherwise in the record, then you should refrain from doing that. Okay. With that contentious start, we'll get back to the merits. Where we left off with staff was that we would turn now to the conditions at the
Chair Cooney?
Yes.
If I may interrupt.
Sure.
We have a request, maybe a 5-minute break to discuss the motion that occurred, so we have an idea of how to provide information with as far as the information that is being considered.
Okay. And we're not talking about staff's reports, you know, because they can prepare anything. It's only what we received into the record from the outside.
So just a point of clarification, Chair Cooney and members of the commission, the information that came from the table that was presented today came from two of the letters that were submitted from the appellants and the applicant. That's the information that on the screen or in the table. So staff would ask for a few minutes
If I could help you, it's information that you glean from whatever source that you bring to me, I'm going to consider. Not my concern where you got it or if you got it on time. The issue here is as to whether I have read this information that you're talking about and I'm going to use information in there to make a decision. If there's any information that you provide me that was in there, I will be using that, as well as any testimony from anybody, the participant. They've said something that's in the letter, or they read part of it, or Commissioner Brown cites something in that information, I'm going to consider that. Just not consider the entire letter. I did not read it. You used it to provide information. It's in the record because you've told us about it. I will consider that. Does that help?
Yeah, I realize it's a fine point, but we're allowed to consider anything that we hear today, whether it's from staff, from one of the parties, and I would say in 99% of the cases, the material that we took in today just replicates what we saw in some of these late submissions. So I don't think it's a problem for considering all that and going forward. If there's something in the decision process that focuses on one of the letters that's not in the record, then we're going to be handicapped using that. But I think everything else is before us. Let's go forward. If we come across it, I'm sure council will raise a flag. Okay, so commissioners, Commissioner Blau suggested that we take up the conditions other than the first condition, the project description, because the various submissions and testimony today is focused on the differences as to the project description. So let's start. Were there comments or concerns about any other condition? And I'll give Ms. Harris the opportunity to start. Were there any that were changed as a result of the interim between the first hearing and today?
Chair County, members of the commission, just a matter of clarification. There were conditions that changed from the staff report. Staff took direction from Commissioner Hayes. Then in addition to that, we presented information from the appellants and applicants changed again. So helpful commission, you can start with those conditions that staff direction changed. Then we can go into the applicant appellants. That would.
That's fine.
Chair Cooney, members of the commission. So on page number 6 in the staff report, condition number 1, paragraph 5 is amended, or staff recommends that it be amended to include the shuttle route to and from the project site. It states at the end of paragraph 5, the shuttle route to and from the project site will access Ballard Canyon Road via Highway 246 by way of Buellton or Solvang, regardless of the off-site parking lot location. That information was also included in the memo that was provided to you on April 26th. Staff recommends changes to condition number 4.
Wait. Do you want us to do this item by item, or?
Yes.
So, I'm sorry, I'm lost in all this paperwork here about which condition and where it is and which document I have it in. But my question is, the special parking, I thought it was also in Los Olivos in St. Mark's. Was that far afield here?
Chair Cooney, Commissioner Brown. So in the winery parking management plan condition, condition number 12. It states that on subsection D, the applicant has submitted information regarding Lot 72 in Solvang and St. Mark's in the Valley Episcopal Church's parking lot in Los Olivos, confirming that those parking lots can be made available for use during special events, gatherings, and industry-wide events that occur at the project site. The applicant shall use Lot 72 or St. Mark's for special events, gatherings. And then there's additional language that says use of additional parking lots would need to be approved by county staff.
And what page is that on? In which document?
So I am looking at the May 31st staff report, staff's memo, and it is on page 3, the bottom of page 2 and the top of page 3. Subsection D. And Chair Cooney, Commissioner Brown, this language is the same language that's in the conditions of approval. It's attachment C to the memo. So the reason I'm going into staff's memo is because it summarizes each of the changes in the conditions of approval. However, if you prefer, I can use the conditions of approval document.
Okay. Yes, I recognize their chair. Okay, I'm looking at, I was curious about that too, page 6, had the condition 1 amendment. There's shuttle route to and from the project site. And I didn't see there very specifically saying either St. Mark or the slot 72. So now I go back, where you told us on page 3, it does specifically say 70, lot 72 in St. Mark. And I thought that those are very definitive. Those are 2 actual sites that the applicant, has permission from. There was something earlier that was, and I said, wait a minute, are there going to other alternatives? We've never got. So it looked like, yes, it's Mark 72, but that's it. Is that right?
Chair Cooney, Commissioner Brooks. So I think maybe moving forward, it would make it would be best to look at attachment C, the revised conditions of approval, and I could reference the changes. Regarding condition number 12, the winery parking management plan, it does have language in subsection D that identifies Lot 72 and St. Mark. However, it also has a sentence that states use of additional parking lots for parking during special events, gatherings, and or industry-wide events would require P&D review and approval. And then P&D shall review the submitted documentation to ensure that the size of the parking lot is adequate for use during special events, gatherings, and or industry-wide events, and approve the use of parking lots where the applicant has identified that an agreement is in place.
When I looked at the original language and they talked about St. Mark's and lot 72, then I looked at the letters of stating that, those 2 locations agreed to this, but there was something like 2 weeks in advance or whatever in advance. So if there's going to be alternative sites for the shuttles besides those 2, will there be a time restriction on that? The applicant would have to come forward and get permission to do this, but again, I was just thinking in terms of those 2 locations.
Chair Cooney, Commissioner Brooks, the language in condition number 12 does not indicate a certain time limit that the applicant would need to come forward and present P&D with that at this time.
Okay. Move on.
Correct me if I'm wrong here, but that parking may be there. It may be someplace else. The reality is the church could revoke or not agree to do it in the future, but the idea is that whatever they use, they're going to get the county's permission before they use it. So it may change, but it's got to be approved by the county before it can occur. Do I have that right?
Chair Cooney, Commissioner Blau, that is correct. And that
Okay.
was the reasoning behind putting
Yeah,
that
that's what I-
sentence in
it
there.
makes good sense. Yeah, this could very well change.
Chair Cooney, members of the commission. So in addition, staff had recommended changes to the special events paragraph on condition number 1 to include reference to industry-wide events. If you'd like me to go through each one, I'm happy to.
Well, I was hoping we'd save condition 1 for last. Have you covered
Okay.
everything else that was changed?
Chair Cooney, no, I can continue forward. Condition number 4 regarding lighting has been amended to include night lighting. So it states, the owner applicant shall ensure any exterior night lighting, including driveway and walkway lighting installed on the project site is dark sky compliant to reduce impacts on nocturnal ecosystems and the night sky. All lighting fixtures shall be fully shielded and fully cut off. Lighting shall be of low intensity, the minimum wattage needed, and of minimum height. Illumination of any landscaping and building facades is not permitted. Light standards lining the driveway and floodlight type lighting fixtures are not permitted. The owner applicant shall install timers or otherwise ensure lights are dimmed after 9 p.m. And then there's an additional section on plan requirements and timing and monitoring, and those did not change with the exception of changing zone clearance to zoning clearance.
So that does tie to condition 1 because one of the hour limitations is in condition 1. That is 10 o'clock termination of special events. And if we were to accept that, we would have to amend this section to allow lights to be dimmed after 10. Correct? I mean, whatever we decide needs to be coordinated, so I just want you to flag
Chair
that.
Cooney, that's correct. Chair Cooney, members of the commission, in addition, condition number 29 was amended. That was also in the April 26 memo to your planning commission. And that just includes a change to the date for the Environmental Health Services Division condition letter from September 8th of 2015 to April 24th of 2017. And those are all of staff's recommended changes, with the exception of changes to condition number 1.
Is everybody okay moving to project description now? Condition number 1, Commissioner Blau?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go through staff's recommended changes. And we can also discuss what the applicant proposed.
Chair Cooney, members of the commission. So in the special events paragraph in condition number 1, staff recommends changing language to include reference to industry-wide events. So an additional 2 sentences is recommended to be added. They state the winery would also host up to 2 industry-wide events per year. Industry-wide events would have a maximum of 150 attendees. And then throughout the special events section, industry-wide events is added wherever special events and gatherings are included. In addition, in the special events paragraph, the last sentence, as I referenced earlier, includes the shuttle route to and from the project site, stating the shuttle route to and from the project site will access Ballard Canyon Road via Highway 246 by way of Buellton or Solvang, regardless of the off-site parking lot location.
Commissioner Brown?
A long-standing issue, all these not necessarily events, but about ensuring that the events are growing of wine on the property. Not about weddings or yoga. I think that's important to add something like that. It's issue throughout our winery ordinance hearings. It remains an issue when we see wineries that ensure that the events are only subordinate to and incidental to the wine on site. So I would like some sort of language added. I don't know if the appellant had anything, but there is some specific language that comes out of some document that does discuss that. I think that should be indicated or added here just because talk about reunions and family gatherings may not have applicability to what is which is, or it may, I don't know, but
any response, Commissioner Brown? Commissioner Brooks?
I would agree to that if applicant agrees to it, and I think they have said that several times, that they have no intentions of having, weddings, public commercial events. And I think it is important language. It only means to put in, the standard language that we've added to several wineries. Has to be subordinate to, connected to, but subordinate.
Commissioner Blau?
I have no problem with that. The only thing is that my concern is what is wine related. I recently attended a charity deal at one of the wineries, and I don't know, charity, they sold a lot of cases of wine, and I think that's why they do it. I mean, they gave us food free. The wine tasting was free, but then I know there had to be 100 cases of wine that got sold that afternoon. Is that wine related? If that's wine related, I'm good with it.
well, I think it's the point is you didn't bring your running gear to have a race vineyard.
Not
that
this point.
You did not.
Not
right?
this point. No.
All right.
Chair Cooney, members of the commission, I would just also like to point out the definition of a winery special event, so that I believe what your commission is requesting is that the applicant further self-restrict beyond the definition of a winery special event. Is that correct? The definition is an event of less than 1 day and occurring on a winery premises attended by 80 or more people, including concerts with or without amplified sound, such as weddings and advertised events, fundraising events, winemaker dinners open to the general public, etc. Winery special events do not include wine industry-wide events such as the Vintners Festival, Harvest Festival, including associated events held at individual wineries, the normal patronage of a tasting room, and private gatherings of the owner or employees where the general public does not attend.
I think if you'd been through the winery ordinance hearings, you would have heard that one of the changes that would have been made to that definition would have been incidental and subordinate to. It just happened. Anyway, but I think it'd be important to carry it forward. In my opinion.
Mr. Allen, let me ask, do you have input on the applicant's position? Could you go to the microphone?
What protocol would be. There's 2 sentences in the appellant's proposal. All events and gatherings will be beneficial to, inherently related to the agricultural use of the land. Weddings, birthday parties, anniversary celebrations, and other purely social events are not allowed. Family and employees except. My client has no problem with including that, and seems like that would make the other side happy. So if we can take that into consideration, go forward, we're fine amending, put that in.
Works for me.
Ms. Harris, you have the reference for the language?
Chair Cooney, yes, I have the 2 sentences in the appellant's information. Thank you.
Good. Okay, next change.
In addition, so I know we're jumping around here a little bit, but I did want to reference the winery parking management plan, which I know is not in condition 1, that's condition number 12. Just before we move forward, as I'm following staff's memo. So in condition number 12, we have reference to industry-wide events. And those are the only changes that staff is recommending to be made, condition number 12.
Question?
The only question I have with that is, in the other winery rooms that we've approved, did we not exclude, did we have some different language for the industry-wide winery events? Say that I'm okay with it the way it is, have 2 special events plus 2 winery special events. Is that the way we've done it consistently, or did we just exclude winery events on the other winery approvals? And my concern is, I'd like to stay consistent with our conditions as much as we can.
Chair Cooney, Commissioner Blau, it's my understanding that Planning and Development has done it both ways. So has included wine industry-wide events in the conditions of approval and has also remained silent because in the winery special event definition, wine industry-wide events are not included as a special event. So you could have it in the conditions of approval. It's also not been in the conditions of approval.
Okay, you know, the applicant's happy with it, so I'm not gonna make a big deal out of it, but I'm just telling you, I don't like it when it's not consistent. Then you gotta go like, what is the rule? Where is it? Here, it's not here. It creates concerns for me. So this is okay.
If you have time, we'll take up the winery ordinance.
I'm hoping not in my lifetime on the commission. Thank you very much.
All right, we'll move on. Thank you.
Chair Cooney, members of the commission. So in addition, there's been a change, staff recommends a change to the winery section in condition number 1. Winery paragraph. Staff recommends adding a sentence at the end of that paragraph to state wine production in the winery building would occur between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m., Monday through Friday, with the exception of wine production hours during harvest season, approximately September through November, when processing and production would generally occur between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m., Monday through Sunday.
Okay, let's,
Did the applicant want 6 o'clock to?
Chair Cooney, Commissioner Blau, the applicant has requested that it be changed to 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Sunday. In their communication with me by phone, they had requested that it be extended to 7 p.m. as staff had indicated in our memo. The appellants had requested that the time be 6:30 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Well, I don't know what the chair wants to do, but I'm not in favor of limiting the production other than what the applicant is asking. I mean, grapes have got to be harvested when grapes need to be harvested. I'm not an expert on harvesting grapes or processing them. I don't believe the appellant is either. Seems reasonable to me that if the owner of the winery needs 6:30 to whatever time he needs, there's a reason for it. I mean, that's my vote.
so your vote, Commissioner Blau, is to change the hours in accordance with what the okay.
Chair Cooney, Commissioner Blau, apologies for interrupting, but I just wanted to get clarification. The applicant had also requested adding bottling in addition to harvest season. Is that something that your commission would like to have added?
We're only talking about the number of hours needed to do that. So let's get the other input. Commissioner Farini.
But same thing as Bao was saying on that is whatever they've got to do in that facility to get their wine made. I know time is critical, and sometimes the next morning is too late. So if they need another hour or two, and I think that's in the winery. But here again, the farmer in me says, so you can have a party until whatever hours, but you can't do your work. I really would like to preserve as much freedom for this winery to be able to do their real work, the business of crushing the grape, making the wine, and bottling the wine. So I guess 6:30 to 7, if that's all they want. I don't think it's enough from what...
They want 6 a.m. to 7.
6 a.m. to 7, okay. I don't think that's enough, but they think they can run under that. That's okay. I don't see why it's not till 9 or 10 o'clock, because sometimes you may want to. But to confine that more based on urban pressure on an ag property, I don't think it's correct.
Commissioner Brooks.
I'm okay with the app.
Okay. All right. So the applicant's proposing 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. during the month of September through whatever the harvest season is in bottling. Is bottling go on year-round, or is that also in that time period? Would it be limited time period?
Chair Cooney, I would request that the applicant address that question. I believe it happens twice a year.
It's kind of like the lunar cycles. It's kind of typically twice a year. So essentially, we would bottle something in March and then most of the time in August.
Okay, could we put those time frames in the
I would
description?
prefer not to, because it's depending upon the bottling schedule. So when the vehicle is available, sometimes could be January, could be February. We're trying to do it in March, and we're trying to do it in August. So I don't want to be penciled into that. It's just it's only going to be about twice a year.
Okay, twice a year at your selection. There's really no enforcement then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Excuse me, and over what period of time is this? Week, month, long?
1 day.
Oh, it's 1 day. Well, here it says bottling days. I'm sorry.
Because there's twice in a year.
See. Okay,
yes.
fine. Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Werner. So the way I understand what you just said is you don't have a bottling plant there.
No, we bring in a mobile bottling
Bring in a
service.
mobile
So we're dependent
plant
upon their
and
schedule.
Their schedule, which then you only have them a day and then they're gone.
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so applicant's proposal up there is, all right. So there's going to be a change to the project description in that regard to match applicant's proposal. Okay, what's next?
Chair Cooney, members of the commission, those were all of staff's requested changes. You had also mentioned a commercial kitchen in the April 26th hearing. Staff recommends not including any language for that since the applicant has not proposed a commercial kitchen. And then the hours of operation for special events and gatherings, the applicant has requested that it remain at 10 p.m. So staff is not recommending any additional changes to that.
Commissioner Brown?
Well, I get that and I understand that, but oftentimes you have applicants and others who go, well, gee, it's not listed. That means that we can do it. It's not the case. So I'm just wondering, and I know that Mr. Larner's indicated he doesn't want a commercial kitchen, but I'm wondering if to support the events that a catering kitchen might not be, call it out so it isn't a commercial kitchen. These are issues I've seen in other wineries where, oh, it's not listed, so we can do it. I've heard from enforcement staff that that's a problem. So I don't know whether or not that's something to support, but I offer that as a... Well, I'm asking because there's no indication that there is no commercial kitchen going to be installed, but the silence oftentimes leaves a vacuum where people think, oh, well, we can do it because it doesn't say we can't. So if you call out what they can do, it sets the parameters. That's the only thing, is just a commercial, a catering kitchen is planned or whatever, just so that there's some assurity. So if there's some concern in zoning enforcement or by the public, they have an exact understanding of what is allowed.
All right, so
I have a
where,
question.
just hold on a second, where in the conditions would such a condition be added?
Chair Cooney, members of the commission, a possible place where you could consider doing that would be under the special events as part of number 1, our description. However, it already states that all food would be catered, and so to move into any food preparation would require a commercial kitchen, which are not permitted to do under the current way it's written. So there's other regulations that would be triggered.
Okay. Good. Moving smoothly along. Ms. Harris, we should go through the conditions that you have in your chart and one by one make determinations. A couple of those are pretty easy to decide, I think, and a couple are very difficult. So, but we'll start at the top. We can get an indication of whether they would make changes. So the first one that I see up there is a self-restriction for visitors on site.
Chair Cooney, members of the commission, that's correct. So the applicant has requested to add language to state the applicant will self-regulate the number of daily vehicles and visitors to the tasting room to ensure a high-quality experience for visitors, with a 30 vehicles per day limit during the weekdays and a 70 vehicles per day limit during the weekends and federal holidays on which the tasting room is open. A daily log or appointment system will be kept for the tasting room, and once the maximum daily vehicle count is reached, no additional visitors will be allowed for that day.
Okay, Commissioner Brooks, what do you think?
Okay. All right, I'm going to weigh in here. I'm looking at the applicant's proposal versus the appellant's proposal on this
Okay.
one. And I did some math on, looking at the 30 vehicles, 70 vehicles, and then if we went to by appointment only. And by appointment only, considering a 2-hour visitation, and you have 12 parking spaces, yep, that brings us up to about 72 vehicles that could be in there. I've let some other things slide today, and and again, in the spirit of compromise, I really think by appointment only, and I'm looking at the appellant's proposal with the restriction on vehicles, appointment per hour. I believe if they went on a by appointment only, they can regulate themselves. There's all kinds of software that's used, I believe, in Napa and these other places. And I just think, rather than counting here and counting there, if it's, if they have the by appointment only system, they know what they can handle. They'll know in advance, how many employees that they'd have to bring in. We wouldn't have to say, I don't think, I'll hear what others have to say, but if they have a good, reliable by appointment only system, that might take care of it. Instead of, how many vehicles here, there, and I don't even remember now what the vehicle count was when they did the neg deck. I think it was lower than the 30, 70 that's being proposed here. Somebody had thrown out 2040, then we have, 1530. A by appointment only system, might be beneficial. It might bring, higher numbers, to help the business. I just think that that possibility should be pursued. I think it would work. I trust Mr. Larner. If, he wants to have a good business and a good reputation. I think by appointment only system would, bring maybe some relief, to the neighbors knowing, okay, this is his system. Go on, I guess, yourself and see what it is. But it's being done, and I just think on Ballard Canyon Road, I think this system would work versus, counting cars. Count appointments, and those appointments could be, if it's a van, could have 8-10 people. But again, that's all regulated by the system that, Mr. Larner could put in place. So I'd like to hear from others what they think that versus, putting the limit on actually the vehicle.
Anybody else want to comment on? I cannot see. Sorry, Commissioner
Sorry.
Brown.
First of all, I think vehicle way to have them drip in. I think that what the applicant is proposing, a 30 vehicle, may not per. All these vehicles coming between hours noon and 2, you're going to be away. Point not turn. Teams appointments vehicle trip spread out. Ever number with I think you're going to away, and I put it on their website. Appointment can be held while I'm driving by, then you can go up, go in. I don't. The drive 12 spot. 2 are handy. I think you can take one proposal out a winner.
So your suggestion is no vehicle limit.
You could do 30 vehicles plus an appointment. We're so unfamiliar with an appointment system and what that might mean and what visitation at tasting rooms is like. Larner before lunch, she says, yeah, it's sort of a bubble, like get fewer in the morning, but I think you'd want to. This is an appointment system is going to spread them out over the day, or may not. On how many parking spaces. If they come in a van, there's some see vans leave South Coast. You could have 15 people in one van. So I think it would be better to do that. I think it might be easier for the app to go through a system what sort of is more that allows him to sort of regulate when vehicles go up, staffing and.
I get that. I just was
Yeah.
trying to see if you were substituting the appointment system for any limitation on the vehicle.
I think you should do both.
Oh, that's what I want. Okay, so we've heard from 2 of you, Commissioner Bruni.
Okay, so the appointment thing, it sounds good, but I don't think it'll limit traffic. And that seems to be one of the issues. So then we've lowered the efficiency of the vehicles going down the road, and they're going to come back later tonight and trip too. So I think that's an unintended consequence of what we're discussing. However, there is a point where sometimes appointments are nice, need a haircut, I barber, I don't have to wait. So that could be fun too. The problem is it's really untried and unproven, and I've heard that it works in Napa, but we're talking about a guy who wants to go all in on this project, and he has a model. So I don't know if that's something you could phase in. I kind of doubt we'd get any support for that, to where you start, where he needs to start with a 2 or 3 year phase in that he could advertise, come up with the program, how to work. We're asking him to do a lot of unknowns. For me, I just as soon support what he's asking for and see if we get this business off the ground.
Okay, the applicant is suggesting that instead of an appointment system, that he keep a daily log of all visitors. In other projects, in other contexts, we have provided reporting, for example, more intensively at the beginning of a project with reports to P&D, and depending on the results of the number, we have dropped the requirement of reporting. So using that concept, it would be interesting to me if we had the vehicle cap, but at the same time indicated that the appointment schedule could be eliminated if basically it was not needed. And the only way you'd find that out is by checking the logs at the end of a period of time, say 1 year from opening of the tasting room. Since we don't know for sure how it's going to go, Commissioner Farini would rather not have the appointment system. 2 of you have indicated the appointment system works, and I think I agree with the 2 of you. But I'm willing to consider a limitation on the appointment if it turns out they're superfluous and a handicap on the operation of the business. So I would suggest.
Go ahead.
I was going to suggest that the director would be given authority to eliminate the appointment condition if the vehicle trip limitation is doing the job.
Now we're going to have an appointment system to start with, and no. For me, I'd rather have the staff's original condition, which is none. But given the fact that the applicant is willing to self-police and limit himself to 30 vehicles per the day and 70 on the weekends, I think that's great. And I think he'll find that if he exceeds that number, neither his parking lot or the size of his tasting room accommodates much traffic. He'll go to an appointment system, because what we don't want is someone coming up there and turning around and not being able to get in there. And I think Commissioner Freeney is exactly right. Even with the appointment system, see the winery, see the sign, they're going to pull up and go, oops, I can't go here. So I guess I'll have to get my cell phone and make an appointment, and if the parking lot's full, drive someplace else, drive back. Get more. The least traffic is going to be unrestricted movement in and out. They're going to come in, they're going to do their shopping, they're going to leave. And I'm sure that if it exceeds more than 30 and 70, Mr. Lerner will put in the appointment system because it would be just economic benefit. What I don't want to do is to create some system that might be at this economic detriment. And he has to do this economic detriment and then prove to the county after a year, see how my appointment system only averaged 10 cars a day. Because people that wanted to just drive by or on their way touring weren't able to come in and see his property. I think what he's asking for is very reasonable. I'm more convinced size of the parking lot, size of the winery, more tasting room has more to do with controlling the traffic than any other system you can have. We're only giving them 10 parking. Which is, well, yeah, but most wine drinkers aren't handy. They tour them and they walk, not what they do. So I'm good with the applicant's proposal.
Okay, so we have 3 different positions, I think. Let's assume, follow through and this is why we wanted everybody to get out without coming back to the commission. Let's assume that we have reached 30 on Monday. It's a normal Monday, not a federal holiday, and people aren't going to know until they get up to the winery that sorry, you can't do any tasting today. If we had signage indicating, or a gate is locked, closed at a certain point, indicating that there's no additional tastings, in effect, were closed for the day, I think we'd avoid that up and back turnaround. But it isn't really our concern whether we've got cars going up and getting turned back or whether they discover that at the gate. The neighborhood's been impacted by the trip up to the gate. So I guess the sign proposal that the appellants have suggested is really not essential. What's going to happen is that people on arranging wine tours and wanting to include Larner are going to make sure that they have the ability to get in. So they'll figure that out too. All right, so let's go forward with the 30 vehicles per day and 70, and then we'll come back to the issue of the appointment at the time and take a vote on it. Does that cover the daily log then, if we don't have an appointment system? They say a daily log or appointment system will be kept for tasting room. When maximum daily counts reach, no more visitors allowed. So that's the applicant's proposed language. Is everybody okay with that, other than qualification on an appointment? Commissioner Brown, look.
I just say this one. Not a winery owner. Horrible public relations. Drives up a 2:00 in the afternoon. Go close. What the? What? What's hours are till 4:00? I can't get in. That is. And they're going to go. There's not going to be any indication of why it's closed because they've reached their cap. Not really a land use thing, it's more of an owner thing, but I just think that was me and going, I'm never going back to that winery again. I came all the way up here, I had no idea, I couldn't get in. Now I can't.
So you have by appointment only, and you can't get in either because we've got no appointment.
Well,
and
but
you can't get one because there's already been 30 there per day. See, if I'm the owner, what I'm doing is I'm putting a big sign up there that says, if we're closed during the week, we've exceeded the maximum number
There
of
you go.
visitors allowed
Okay.
by the county of Santa Barbara.
no, you don't.
Oh, I would.
Well, you would.
I would, absolutely.
You
And people
would,
they say, don't be mad at the winery.
No, but that's
That
his.
was the rules
That's
here.
on his self-imposed. That's his 30 vehicles. He's limiting that. So
Okay,
Any-
let's keep this a little bit organized. Commissioner Brooks.
Well, what I was going to say, I still support the by appointment only, really, and leave it up to, the owner to get the system in place. If my colleagues don't agree with that, then I think the 30-70, again, in the spirit of compromise, looking at what the appellants have proposed, we could come down to something like 20-40. But again, I think the solution to the problem is by appointment only. We went to Demetria Winery. They have by appointment only. And we had an appointment. And when we pulled up to the gate, they couldn't find our name at first, but they said, well, let us look and see if we have space. But we had the appointment, so I don't know. I don't think they would have rejected us because I think there were some, it's tables outside. It's a little bit different than a lot of the other wineries because they serve you, outside while you're sitting down. But obviously the system was working there, and I think they would have let us in if we hadn't. But, we made the appointment because that's what you do. Popepe makes, or they used to, I don't know what they do now, but that was appointment only. Again, I think they were tier 1. but to say that the system doesn't exist in Santa Barbara County, that's not really true. You know, we do have somebody had mentioned them. And just to me, looking at the software that goes into making those appointments, it's, you know, it's the website, you know, we're in the 21st century, you know, it can be done, it could be done easily. And I just think, you know, as an owner, Lorna feels about it, but I just think there's that element of bad publicity, bad public relations is gone, you know, because it's all there. You know, the map is there, it tells you when you can go. And somebody said that you can even say, well, what kind of tasting do you want? You can get preferences, you know, a 2-hour block. And that allows people, because that's a lovely spot. People are not going to want to have a taste of wine and leave that venue, because it's quite lovely. So again, a 2-hour block, maybe they can even designate on the information, you know, what they want. They want to do a picnic in the backyard or something like that. Just seems to me it's the way to go.
Okay. Thanks. You know, we really need to focus on the task here, which is we're going to suggest some changes to the applicant, which if the applicant rejects, the implication is that we're going to deny the project. So it's important to be clear about our position on all these. We're basically doing a little more discussion, I think, and less, here's what I want as a commissioner. So, and above all, we shouldn't be telling the applicant what to do if it's not a condition. That's up to the applicant. Okay, hours of operation. I think we're going to come back to this issue of appointments. All right, it's not finished. Hours of operation. The applicant's proposing 10 to 4:30 on weekdays and 10 to 5 on weekends, and that's what staff is proposing. Is that right, Ms. Harris?
Chair Cooney, that's correct. They have not changed the proposal since you've seen this for hours of operation, parking, or access. Those are items that the appellant has recommended change.
Commissioner Brown?
I just wonder what are normal hours in the valley?
Well, that we don't probably have.
No, I know.
Okay.
I know of the other winery, I think Rusak is 11. I have no problem with these hours.
Okay, parking. 12 parking spaces provided for the winery and tasting room, which includes 2 handicap spaces. And staff has said same thing, just in a slightly narrower box, right? Okay, got it. Any questions on that, Commissioner Brooks?
No, but I think we hadn't discussed, we had the term overflow. There's no such thing as overflow. You're either in the 12 spots or you're out, right? So we don't, the appellants are asking for parking prohibited, but we've already accomplished that by saying it's the number of parking spaces that are determining that. So we need to be specific and have something about overflow, assuming there is no overflow.
No, you missed it earlier. The overflow is in the off-site parking spaces. Yeah, off-site.
But that's only for special events, the off-site parking
Correct.
spaces.
Off-site
yeah.
only applies to special events off-site, not here. There is no off-flow parking on the site.
Neighbors were concerned about that.
So here's a question for Ms. Harris. So I drive up there and all 12 spots are utilized, and I'm looking, oh, there's a parking spot to be employees. So what would signage do to help deter me from not parking in that spot? There's no enforcement, it's on private property. And so they could end up having 13 cars. People park on the edges or do something up where they park. You know.
Chair Cooney, Commissioner Brown, that's correct. So we, are assume that people are abiding by the law and are assuming that people are parking in the parking space.
And there is a provision for a log that the applicant keep that the county will inspect. And if there are 20 cars between 11 and noon, somebody's not following the rules of parking. You know, I mean, I think there'll be a way for you to at least question it and then enforce it if there's real abuse.
Chair Cooney, that's correct. And our permit compliance staff would be receiving those logs and reviewing them.
Actually, there is a sign that could be put up. By example, Presqu'île has. There was some concern that you could park. They don't allow it because the fire department, that's their act. So there's a nice sign that says parking in designated parking places only by order of the fire department. So what happens is you don't want to be the guy that's not parking in the fire space. Fire truck rolls up there and needs to be there. Because what they do now is they just move your car with the truck. And all the damage that occurs to the fire truck and your car is yours. So I don't have a problem with a small sign that says parking only in designated parking spaces. If I was the applicant, by order of the fire department. Because they're the ones that are going to want to not see the car in their access point.
Are you suggesting that we add to that condition signage?
Yeah, I'm saying you can have a simple sign that says parking only in designated parking spaces. And if I'm the owner, having a tag on there that says by order of the fire department. That's the reason that you're doing it. You don't want a car in the way of the building. Here, a fire truck come up there and it works. And it gets people to do the right thing because it's a healthy ticket to get in the way of a fire. It really is.
Okay.
Chair Cooney, Commissioner Blau, regarding the sign and the specific language that you proposed, I would just suggest thinking about the section regarding the fire department, since we haven't received that as something from
the point is there
from the
needs to
fire
be a
department.
sign. I'm just saying he can look up the section and do that. Just parking only in designated parking spaces. It's a simple sign.
Yeah. Does anybody disagree with adding signage to the condition, the parking condition? Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Blau. All right, we're down to access, the last item on this page. Shuttle route by way of Buellton or Solvang. The only suggestion the appellants have made is that the website would state the access route. Yeah, okay. Well, I think it's a good suggestion, obviously, if there's a website, but I don't think we need to condition that. Let's go to page 2. Hours of operation during harvest season, we've discussed this. Is that where you are? Yeah, okay. Wine industry-wide event. The request of the appellants was that this be considered one of the 4 special events or gatherings. Commissioner Brooks.
You know, I had spoken about this during the break, and I think I'm okay with the, the 4 events. They have 4 events. They have 4 gatherings. All the other wineries, I believe, are allowed those, industry-wide vintner festival events. So, I would be okay. Again, it would be by compromise.
I'm confused.
By appointment only, but I think this was studied, you know, in the neg deck. Was it set up for 4 events or with the unspoken 2 industry events, or would that be 6 events?
Remember, the definition of special events doesn't include the industry-wide event, so if it was analyzed, you know, it was in the context of they could have industry-wide events.
I'm confused. I thought the applicant was asking two of special events per year. He's asking for 4.
4.
Asking for 4. Okay. That was my question earlier. I think we should be able to have it as 4 events plus the 2 wine industry events. That's consistent with what we've allowed in the past. So I'm going to, and the 2 wine industry events are not part of the 4 events. That if you wanted to change the language, say 6 events to include the 2 industry events, you could do that for the same number. But 4 events for a Tier 2 winery plus the 2 industry events seems to be pretty normal for most wineries. Prove the fact that's a little lighter. Most of the time we have 6, 8.
You with us, Commissioner? Okay, so
I agree with Commissioner Blau because,
Okay.
you know, it's been the unspoken rule of the old winery ordinance that we are operating under, that those industry events are permissible.
okay. Under noise, the applicant indicated earlier that we could broaden the amplified outdoor noise to include not just music, but any use of outdoor amplified sound equipment. Do you have that, Ms. Harris?
Chair Cooney, yes. So the appellants have suggested there would be no amplified sound outdoors, including music and spoken word during events and gatherings, and noise levels shall not exceed 65 dBA at the property line.
Great. Okay, hours of operation. Staff and the applicant suggestions are the same. They cease at 10 p.m. Slight modification by the appellant to end at 9:30 and have staff off the site at 10:30. Mr. Brook?
I forget is there an indoor facility that's big enough if there was an event in the evening to move it indoors at 7 to 10? I forget. No. Well, if you're having a dinner, a winery dinner, and I believe that's why you want to go, and you know, applicant wants to go to 10 p.m. I think, no, I personally don't like to hear music, you know, when it's dark, and, you know, after 7 p.m. to me is reasonable from the neighbors, especially. I think it's Ms. Seisler who's going to be impacted the most. So they're asking it either be moved indoors at 7 or end at 7? If you don't have the facility to move it indoors, no more amplified sound after 7 p.m. I don't know how that would work.
There's no amplified sound.
Oh, no, oh, okay.
This would be somebody
Just
playing
like an
an
acoustic
instrument.
guitar.
Yeah.
Okay. 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 7. A guitar to 10, I guess, would be okay.
It's just a simple 10 p.m. There's no move indoors requirement. Okay, just want you to be aware of what the condition change would be.
We're saying there's no condition change from the language. Not, see no reason to have employees at 10:30. I understand. Let's see. So I have a staff of 6 clean it up in 30 minutes, or I have a staff of 2 to clean it up in an hour and a half. I don't care about the staff. I mean, they don't make any noise and difference is time what time they leave. Don't want to meet longer than you have to because you're paying for it. Like, I want anybody. I think the condition as the applicant proposed, which is the same as what the staff wrote, is the proper hours of operation.
Okay, no change there. Majority feeling. Transportation,
Chair Cooney, if I could interrupt just for a moment. Going back to noise, I wanted to get clarification on whether your commission was suggesting keeping the applicant's proposal and the existing language as is, or modifying it to the appellant's proposal.
oh, no, we added no amplified noise.
Including no amplified sound.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, that was what I heard
I think
the
you also,
applicant say.
you also stated 65 decibels, which I don't think is necessary because that is the county standard. You're not allowed to have any noise at 5 decibels property line. I don't care what kind of operation. Reason to restate it.
So
And the reason I wanted it,
wasn't it no amplified outdoor music or sound that wrote at the end of
correct,
that
but I also
discussion?
think that it was earlier stated 65 decibels. I'm saying we don't need to include that. And the reason I hate to include it is, county changes it and decides that 60 decibels is the new standard. Now we got all these properties out there with conditions that say that, and it creates a problem. Why? I already have a county-wide prohibition against exceeding 65 decibels. Don't need to restate it to cause a problem down the road.
Okay, thanks for that clarification, Ms. Harris. I think we're clear now, aren't we? We don't need to repeat the county ordinance limitation. But we do want to include any amplification out of doors, however you say that, music, noise, spoken word.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
So, transportation, there is a requirement of a winery parking management plan, and it's suggested that there be notice to the county of for each event and limitation on bus size. Does anybody support those additional changes?
No, but I would modify the condition a little bit and wouldn't say that the parking management plan as approved and if amended, approved by the county planning department.
The condition, we could read it, but it does provide for county review of the management plan, does it not?
That's not the part, that's why I asked. And I'm concerned about, I want them to be able to modify that plan and submit it. Put them on notice if they do a new plan, it needs to be reapproved.
County Commissioner Lau, the existing condition that speaks to that is condition number 12.
Yes.
So it says currently timing is P&D shall review and approve the parking management plan prior to issuance of zoning clearance. You want to suggest changing that to prior to each event, or?
No, I'm happy with it is. I just need to know that they know that if they modify the plan for some reason, it needs to be reapproved. It's kind of like, I don't want them thinking that we do this prior to zoning clearance, it's there for 3 years, we modify it, don't get it reapproved, someone complains. I just try to avoid that. They probably know better, but it's just nice to maybe include that in there.
Well, we already have language in here that requires them to submit every change to the county. And I mean,
If
for
you're
me,
comfortable with it,
that's-
I'm comfortable with it. I'm just saying that if it's someplace else, I'm happy.
Okay, condition 12 is good the way it is. So we're down to contact person. Parking management, odor complaints. Looks like the same. The applicant and the proposal are the
Chair
same.
Cooney, that's correct.
Okay, and the suggestion of the appellants is there be online indication of who it is that is the contact person, which would change from time to time. And the winery will publish to its website at least 1 week in advance of a notice of event, special event. You know, Mr. Larner made a point of explaining to us that he's interested in getting along with his neighbors, and one would assume that he would want his neighbors to know if there's a special event planned, whether it's online or otherwise. So I'm not sure that requiring it in this condition is adding anything. Do you feel necessary, Mr. Brooks?
I don't. No, I
Okay.
abide by these regulations. May I ask
Yes.
just one thing before we go on? I'm just looking back on transportation. There was a concern from the appellants about the limit of the bus size. I'm assuming these shuttle buses are all kind of the standard size, 24-seat or 30-seat. I don't know what they are, but then somebody then during comment was saying, they also wanted a restriction on bus idling. Think of the shuttle buses, they wouldn't idle a large passenger bus. Is this, anyone else feel that necessary to tack that on? It was listed at appellant list. We're just using, what are the passenger buses that being?
Well, let's ask a more pertinent question. What does the condition of transportation by shuttle indicate in the way of the type of bus? You have that, Ms. Harris?
Chair Cooney, members of the commission, the condition does not indicate the sizing of the shuttle bus.
So you could have a Greyhound bus size bus or big school bus or whatever be part of the transportation plan. Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
I think Commissioner Brooks, you're correct. We should somehow define the shuttle bus by number of passengers. I don't know what the appropriate size for the buses, the shuttles that are traveling around the valley now are, but probably something on the order of 20 to 25 passengers. Yeah.
If I could, having just spent 9 days shuttle bus. Actually, you don't want to do that. The maximum size bus you could have on a California road is 45 feet in length. That's about a 42 passenger bus. It is the same width, 13 or 25 passenger bus. And by the way, requires the same Class B license from a professional bus driver in order to operate. So, and quite frankly, the bus you'd like to see is the 45 passenger bus, because it's only going to make 3 trips up the road, as opposed to the 20 passenger bus, which is going to make 7 trips up the road. So, believe me, California Vehicle Code, the licensing requirement, the safest driver you can have on that road is a bus. That Class B license, not easy to get. So, I don't see any reason to it. The Highway Patrol has already taken care of that issue for us.
Let me ask the applicant, Mr. Allen, do you have a maximum size that you would propose? I think the concern of the neighbors is just the size and noise on their admittedly narrow road.
Right, we had this discussion with the appellant. I think in general, the appellant's suggestion of 29 feet is fine. The only issue with that comes in if for some reason everybody that's coming to the trip is driving from LA together and they all want to be on one big bus. It just makes a lot more sense to have them on one big bus than it does to have 3. So there's no reason he's going to spend the money for a big bus to go 2 miles from Solvang. It's going to self-regulate itself. I think we're finding a problem where there really isn't. The shuttle running from the little lot to Solvang is going to be a 24-foot bus with 24 people on it. The one coming from LA may be a big bus, if that's the way the event works.
Well,
Commissioner
Mr.
Brown.
Allen, what I don't get is the bus coming from LA couldn't go up to the winery and drop off people, go and park and then come back up.
Of course it could, but if we have a cap that we
Right,
have
well,
to
that's
have a
what-
29-foot bus,
I know,
then
but-
I got to offload them in Solvang into shuttles
Well,
and bring
that's
them
what
up.
I'm trying to get at, is
Right.
you would just drive them there, offload them, and
No, but if we cap the size of the bus
I
that
don't
can go on the property, then we're gonna take a LA bus, bring it to Solvang to
know.
the lot, shift them into a little vehicle to get them up there. It makes no sense to us.
Right.
And I think from my client's perspective, the shuttles that are running from the lot in Solvang are gonna be 24-foot bus, shuttles or whatever. If it's a smaller event, it might be even smaller than that. But I think the size of the event will generate the size of the shuttle. I don't see a large issue, as Commissioner
Okay.
Blau nicely said. They're all bus drivers. They're all.
I don't really
Sick.
want to hear the argument. I just wanted to hear what your number was, and you're saying no number.
Correct.
Ms. Citron, you're a public speaker, but I'm going to give you 30 seconds. What do you have to say?
Thank you. I'll be very brief. I think Commissioner Brooks hit the issue on the head. If you're going to be allowing big buses, then idling could be a problem. The bus parking area is outside of the sort of the building area. It's closer to the Eisler residence. There is a concern about noise and air pollution from that. So if large buses are going to be allowed, there needs to be a prohibition on idling. The other concern is navigability of the road. It's a narrow road. There might be some issues there, but I think the main issue here is
We've got it.
idling, and there needs to be a
Thank
prohibition on
you.
that. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner, all the lights are on. No, Commissioner Brown is not lit, so that's
Yeah.
unusual.
Oh.
Okay, Commissioner Farini was.
Thank you. On the idling, State of California Air Resources Control Board is requiring by 2020 that no buses, diesel buses, be on the road that are older than 2015. All of those have idling timers in them, and they shut off automatically, and you can't bypass. The other thing is it's now a law in the state of California per Air Resources Control that you don't, your commercial vehicle, which all buses are commercial if they're for hire, do not idle over 5 minutes. So there is some self-policing, and there is more technology every day. So we may be, beating a dead dog.
I think you're right, but I think there's no harm then in saying that idling of transportation vehicles longer than 5 minutes prohibited. We put that in the transportation section. Are you okay with that?
Actually, I'm not. I had never envisioned large buses going on Ballard Canyon Road when we talked about shuttling. So my vision, exception of a shuttle bus, is a smaller bus, very similar to all the little buses that are driving around the wine country right now. If there is a large bus, let's say coming up from LA, I think we cannot imagine putting a bus on Ballard Canyon Road with bicyclists and, the people having, I never envisioned that as we discussed shuttling. Shuttle is not big diesel bus coming up or clean air bus. And that's, I'm real concerned about that. I think, I would like to see, a condition that the size of the shuttle buses, small enough, for that road, not a large passenger bus.
We're gonna suggest a condition. I'll go along with you, to make a majority that the size of the bus is gonna be limited. I asked Mr. Allen what the limit is of the shuttle buses, and he said 29 passenger, 29 feet, 29 feet. All right. So the condition then would be, in terms of the transportation management plan, shuttles shall not exceed 29 feet.
I support that.
So now, contact person, I'm not sure, did we finish on that? It would be as indicated and leave to the applicant notifying his neighbors? We okay with that? Anything, is there a 1/3 page, Ms. Harris?
Chair Cooney, members of the commission, those are the last proposed changes for the project description. The appellant had some additional changes regarding compliance with uniform rules, I believe.
Chair Cooney, members of the commission, the matter of clarification. And the information submitted by that appellant, they had recommended changes. However, staff position as far provided by the.
Okay. And we're limited by what we have in front of us to what staff has presented. So we don't really have the ability to look at those conditions without looking at the submission from the appellants, and I don't recall them independently. So let's do this. In the interests of trying to resolve this issue today, let's give the appellants the opportunity to raise those issues, and when she's finished, we'll discuss whether any of those should be added to the project condition.
Thank you, Mr. Cooney. Chair Cooney, I appreciate the opportunity. I think some of this may be redundant. So Ms. Harris was talking about compliance with uniform rules, and that was the language that I think you agreed to add in about events being inherently related and beneficial to agriculture and weddings, etc., except for family not being allowed. So I think there's some additional language, and this comes from the APAC letter. Scale and frequency of permanent events must be clearly secondary, subordinate, and incidental. But I think by limiting the number of events already, I don't think that there's anything essential in that paragraph. The changes that we recommended to the lighting condition actually were just to capture the changes that staff already incorporated verbatim, so there's no change there. We just wanted to make sure that it didn't get lost, since a lot of this work was done before we saw the staff report. And then the final condition was the winery transportation and parking management plan. And so the signage regarding parking, that's been addressed. Thank you, Commissioner Blau. And then the shuttle bus length issue has also been addressed. Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. We would have just added into this, into special condition 12, that shuttles are prohibited from accessing the winery via Ballard Canyon Road from Los Olivos and would be required to access Ballard Canyon Road via Highway 246. And that, again, is just to incorporate that expressly into the condition, so we don't have the problem of buses going from St. Mark's and Los Olivos down the upper portion of Ballard Canyon Road, which is partially closed, has other safety issues, and was also studied neg deck. And then, I think, and then again with the bus length, I think that captures it. And we had requested that there be traffic incident reporting and response protocols, including bicycle, pedestrian, and pedestrian collisions and incidents. And so that was just expanding on the traffic incident response protocols, just to include specifically, bikes and pedestrian incidents, because as we've seen, some of those aren't reported to the full extent. Let me just see here if there's anything else. So as to the special, that is it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, with regard to the transportation management plan, we do have, I think you mentioned at the outside, Miss Harris, that the route of the shuttle buses would avoid Ballard Canyon, the upper part of Ballard Canyon.
Chair Cooney, members of the commission, that's correct. We have language in the project description that states the shuttle route to and from the project site will access Ballard Canyon Road via Highway 246 by way of Buellton or Solvang, regardless of the off-site parking lot location.
Okay. Anything else, Commissioner Brooks, we need to add to that condition?
I'm just looking again at the language about traffic incident reporting. Well, what Citron just said about including bicycle pedestrian.
What's the condition you're addressing?
I don't see where that's the answer to the applicant.
12, it's special condition 12.
Applicants doesn't have responsibility to report traffic accidents unless they cause them, which we all do. Don't get what you're asking. Good one was asking.
Well,
when required by the, if you cause an accident, you're required to make a report.
I guess there's been a history of, minor, bicycle, the pedestrian type accidents have not been reported. And
So
I'm just,
if the
I want
car,
bicycle,
if
yeah.
the car left the facility
Mhm.
and then got into an accident, I think he's responsible to report that, as is the person who was hit, right? But then I don't know how Larner would do that because he doesn't have control of that person who left his property. I don't know how he can ever make good on that for us.
Okay, well, then maybe it would be up to somebody to, look at the official reports that are made. And, isn't that what a traffic report is? But we were requiring that simply. If not, then okay. But I'll leave it.
okay. Anything else that we need to review before returning back to the issue of self-regulation versus appointment?
Chair Cooney, members of the commission, no, there's no other items that need to be discussed prior to discussing the appointment.
So let's go back to the first page of your exhibit. We're talking about the first two lines, self-restriction for visitors on site and daily log. Commissioner Brooks is proposing appointment only, but a by appointment system. Please clarify if you think I'm not describing it.
Yes, my interpretation of that, if a by appointment only system would control the number of vehicles up there. If we should decide if no one else supports that system, I think that the applicant's proposal of 30/70 is a bit high. I'd like to see that lowered a bit. But with the appellant's proposal by appointment only, you know, I'm saying I wouldn't adopt all those components about, you know, so many appointments per hour. It's let the system that would be used control the numbers. So we
2
don't have
hours
to
in
say
advance?
15, 30, 4 appointments per hour, 8 appointments per hour. Just adopt, you know, a by appointment only system.
Okay. As an alternative to that, you would accept a reduction from?
Yes, to make a compromise from.
So
know,
you
what-
would say 20 per day on weekdays and 40 vehicles per day on weekends and federal holidays?
As a compromise, yes.
Okay. Now, Commissioner Brown, you're the other one that supported the appointment system.
Well, I did, and I thought there could be a blending from the appellant's proposal of appointment system with no 2 hours in advance needed, and what the applicant 30, because there's going to be some self-limitation by these parking spaces. I think it's going to be a smoother day with more modulation of when people arrive, appointments, than without. They're going to be turning away.
Okay, addressing just those issues, Commissioner Farini.
I support Commissioner Brown's thought.
So you're suggesting appointments, but with 30 vehicles a day and 70 on weekends?
Yes.
Commissioner Blau.
Not supporting the appointments, at least at this point in time. If we want to address that issue, much like we address community plans, I might support that. I think that if you're going to force fit in order to have a tasting room to be by appointment only, I think we need to hear from them. Talk about how that would work, what the rules would be. I don't want to sit back here as a developer and as a commercial real estate broker and tell Mr. Lerner how many clients he needs per day, how to get them there, how to control them, operate his tasting. Now, if I got 30 vendors in here and they were telling me, oh yeah, it'll work if you make us all do it, here's the way you do it, here's the number, here's the rules, might be inclined to go for it. But unless I see a winery that comes in here and voluntarily wants to do it, as we've had a couple do, I'm not in favor of making that a condition. You know, if I'm driving down through Solvang and my wife, we drive past one of her favorite wineries, she may want me to stop in and do a little tasting, and we'll buy a few bottles of wine, and I foresee a lot of people doing that. I don't foresee people always making appointments to go to wineries to taste wine. That's why you make a day of it. Stop at 3 or 4 or 5 wineries, or you try different wines and you buy them there. So unless Mr. Lerner is willing to agree to that, no, I'm not supporting that at all. I support the idea of letting himself govern it, and I'm thoroughly convinced if he has more than 70 vehicles on a frequent basis, visit him on a weekend, he will impose some kind of a appointment system, because I'm sure he wants, at that point in time, control his traffic so he has the right people spending time with him and make the best sale. No. Mr. Lerner says he'll agree to it. I'll agree to that condition, but absent that, no, I think the applicant's proposal is correct.
Okay. This is crucial to the neighborhood. It was the heart of the compromise. I think we've covered all the other issues, so we're down to an appointment system or not, with caps on vehicles of some number. And I I feel that we need to pose to the applicant a modification in this respect. And I will say, I'm prepared to deny the project altogether if we don't have an appointment system. And I think that, like you, Commissioner Blau, and Commissioner Farini, I feel the applicant could well come to that conclusion that he needs it to regulate the people at the tasting room. So, in terms of, if you want to formalize a straw poll, we can do it. But I think 4 of us agree that there needs to be an appointment system. So that condition would have to change, and we'll give Mr. Larner and his counsel the opportunity to indicate that they will or won't accept that, and then we can make a vote on the project. Any further discussion?
Just very quickly, I just want to say, we want to, in everyone's mind, we're talking about Ballard Canyon Road. It's not, this is not on 46 or any major road. It is a road that many of us feel, is substandard, or it's narrow, it's dangerous. And I think appointment only on this particular road is a better way. Would promote it, I think, some of the other major roads have minor. But for Ballard Canyon, I think help solve the problem.
Mr. Allen, do you need time to consult? I don't want you to answer until you come to the microphone, but I'm just asking if you need time.
Would actually help me to get clarification.
Sure.
In a couple of areas. One, and I'm just taking notes. So my understanding of what Commissioner Brooks said was he would support a by appointment only system with no cap because it was self-regulated. Am I correct?
That's correct.
I did say that, yes.
And we're not talking about 2 hours in advance notice of the time to make an appointment. This is just, listen, you have to have, I think, you have to have an appointment visitation, and there's no cap on visitation other than deal with our parking lot issue. Do I have that?
That's correct.
Okay. The other thing I was trying to get some understanding of was Commissioner Brooks said that if there wasn't a by appointment system, she would need to see numbers in the range of 20 to 40.
What I've heard 3 people say is that the cap on vehicles would be the applicant's proposal, 30 and 70.
With a
by appointment.
With a by appointment.
Correct.
Okay. But if I heard Commissioner Brooks say that you support a self-regulated system without by appointment, a cap, but I wanted clarity.
I did.
Okay. And Commissioner Cooney, what you're saying is your by appointment system cap of 37, not.
Correct. That's correct. And I believe there are 2 other commissioners that agree with.
I think I have a better understanding. We take a 5-minute
Yeah,
break. Would that be all right
absolutely.
with everybody?
Yeah.
Thank
And
you very
all
much.
of the changes, presumably.
I don't think we're having heartache on anywhere else. I think we get this resolved. Probably find a way.
Let's come back at 22. It's 7. We're back on the record. This is the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission meeting of May 31, and we were just about to hear from Mr. Allen in response to commissioner comments.
Thank you, Chair. So, if one quick housekeeping thing before I got to the other thing, the other issue. The appellants in their suggested language indicated that larger buses may be used for guests transported at least 20 miles and that are traveling as a group. This would allow my client, at least if he's got a group of sommeliers coming up on a tour of several wineries on a large bus, that they don't have to get off that bus just to come to Larner and then go on to other wineries wherever they. So if we could add, even the appellants suggested that in their letter as of this morning that didn't make it in, but I know you have it there. But we'd ask that just be included just as a basic take option. The majority of time, I assume it's all going to be shuttling local lots. Then has sommeliers coming up from LA on a bus. Then it's not.
Before we answer that, go on to the
I
major
understand,
matter.
yes, so we don't get bogged down. To the extent the commission is willing to work with a by appointment only system that's not capped, that's just based on the size of the tasting room and the size of the parking lot, my client isn't drafting logs and creating that way.
Mr. Blau.
And that was going to be my suggested modification, and if the rest of the commission will agree to that, then I will agree to it. What we're doing is we're taking off the limitation 30 and the 70. We're letting the size of the tasting room, size of the parking lot dictate it, and I'm comfortable with that in that I'm pretty sure that Mr. Lerner will self-space the clientele because that gives him the maximum exposure to meet with them and wine. I also like to compromise on Ms. Citron's suggestion for the bus, because I was going to tell you outside that 45-passenger bus is not a shuttle bus, transport bus. Shuttle buses are the little things that run around, but I'm much happier that we just do the 20 miles and we don't parse those kind of words. That would get my support.
Okay, I'm going to ask Commissioner Brooks, first of all, to react.
I think the larger bus with the industry, that's okay. I was thinking in terms of, special event shuttling and, using these large buses, but probably the large buses would just only in those type, and I'm okay with that. The other then talking about the cap, talk about both. Again, I think the software, the by appointment only system is going to regulate that. So you're asking for no cap, no 30/70 with the by appointment only system. Is that what I understand? Or you're okay with both?
I'll get back on the mic. I was going on what from you all was solution was, listen, by appointment only is the issue, then let the by appointment regulate it if that's what regulates the size of the park. And that would be the way to regulate.
I'm okay with it.
Pardon me?
Do I have an opportunity to add anything here? I know part of the objective here is to reach a solution that would also be acceptable to the client, avoid further appeals. To the extent I could weigh in quickly.
If you have a comment just on the by appointment only solution.
Yes, and it's actually something I mentioned to Mr. Allen. So when we were looking at a by appointment system, we were assuming that there would also be daily caps in the number of appointments. That said, I understand what you're saying, but I think one really critical component is that the gate, and because if you have no advance requirement that you call ahead and the gate's open, then you can just drive right up and do your wine tasting without really needing to have an appointment. And that is the problem that we're trying to avoid. I think having the gate closed, having a notice on the website that it's by advance appointment only, maybe it's 30 minutes in advance, but there needs to be some way to stop this just from being essentially open. So that is an issue. And also with respect to the logs, we would assume that there'd be some monitoring of the number of appointments and that information would be provided to the county. So we can know if it's working or not, because, as future winery applications come forward and, they're discussing whether or not the by appointment system works, and it would be very helpful to have that information, and also for enforcement purposes. Again, our biggest concern is this self-regulation word. To me, that means that that there'd really be no ability for the county to actually enforce limits. So a firm requirement that it's by appointment only, gate closed except when appointments open for the appointment itself, and a 30-minute advance requirement, we think at a minimum would need to be required, unless you want to put caps back in there. I think getting rid of the caps and the monitoring and the gate, that looks too much like open wine tastings. We would request do a little tinkering there and have the gate be closed.
All right.
And at least some advance
Thank you.
requirement.
Thank you. Okay, so we're at the last point of negotiation. We're ready to vote on the project, and the request has been made by the applicants that we slightly modify the appointment system to provide for a gate that requires communication with the tasting room or someplace up the hill to allow it to be open. And that is with respect to appointments, and it does not involve a daily cap. Otherwise, it could be regulated by the website, et cetera. If there's an appointment and the applicant wants to open the gate in advance of the appointment, I presume that people aren't going to object to that. But the gate requirement.
I would agree to that, because by appointment onlys that I've attended, their gate is shut, and there's some kind of a code. Either they give it to you, or you call up and they will give it to you, or they'll allow you to go in based, employer being up there, knowing your. I guess I kind of assumed that.
We're all okay with that. So, Ms. Harris, do you have that modification? Oh, sorry. Slight oversight. You're more than welcome to object, but hope you don't.
I think it's okay. It is his house, so to the extent he doesn't have the gate closed, it's not business hours when kids are having a birthday party. I mean, so they're not going to the tasting room at 6 o'clock at night, but he'd like to be able to open the gate. His friends want to come over for dinner, and leave it open. Let them not have to punch codes. So if closed during tasting room hours,
We can work with that. We have no problem with opening the gate in general. It's just in connection with the appointment. That's when we want to control.
I could make a comment on it. And the reality is, listen, if you want to just open the damn gate, you can, but the reality is it probably wouldn't be in your best interest, because if I got an appointment and I'm up there and you don't have a parking space for me, I'm not very happy. So I'm sure that if you have the call box there and work, that I would not agree to 1 hour appointment. I mean, the reality is, like, if I drive up, it's by appointment only. You got 2 cars in the parking. I call you, I have an appointment. Yeah, come on in and hit the button and go. The appointment is we didn't want to have 13, 14, 15 cars there at the same time. So if you're good with that, I'll still support.
Thank you. Good.
Okay, perfect. We're to Commissioner Brooks then for your motion, which will incorporate the changes we've made to the project. do you want to propose the motion?
Oh, no.
Oh, okay. I thought
No,
Commissioner
no.
Blau had been seeing your anxiety.
Tempted, but no. Chair Cooney, members of the commission, you want us to summarize change?
I think we've been through it sufficiently, and Commissioner Blau's going to have to leave. So as long as you guys have it down, and you can check it with me or anyone afterwards, glad to go through. Okay? Commissioner Brooks.
Okay, then before I make the motion, thank you, everyone, staff. I want to thank the applicant for all the concessions that he has made. Thank the neighbors who got involved in the process. And so I think we are ready to make today's motion, and is to deny the appeal, to make the required findings for approval of the project, to adopt the final mitigated negative declaration with the conditions of approval in attachment C, to also include all the changes and additions that were stated in this hearing, and then to grant de novo approval of this case. And it says to including the modification to the parking requirements and other changes. So
Sounds perfect. Do we have a second?
Well, second.
Any further discussion on the motion? Roll call.
Commissioner Brown. Commissioner Blau.
Aye.
Commissioner Farini.
Aye.
Commissioner Brooks.
Aye.
Chair Cooney.
Aye.
Motion passes 5.
Great. Thank you very much for all your effort, everybody. Commissioner Blau, could you wait 1 minute? Yeah. I've been informed that this is the final meeting for Commissioner Brooks, and it's been truly a labor, not a labor of love, but a labor the last few weeks of her latest episode on the commission, for which we're very grateful. But it's not just the commission that appreciates all her work for us, and of course staff, but I received a statement from Chair of the Board of Supervisors, former Commissioner Joan Hartman, and she asked me to read this. She's on an all-day bus trip around the county. I think it's a 46-passenger bus. I'm not sure. It may be idling in the parking lot as we speak. In all seriousness, Joan, on behalf of my predecessor, Supervisor Doreen Farr, and myself, I want to express heartfelt gratitude to Morel Brooks for her service to our county as the 3rd District Planning Commissioner from 2008 through 2012, and then again from 2016 to today. Morel, a former high school English teacher, always does her homework, bringing careful study and thoughtfulness to the job. She has approached the demanding work with her characteristic smile and good humor, her constant willingness to listen and learn, and her ability to seek balance and compromise among many legitimate but competing interests. I'm especially touched by her enthusiastic desire to pitch in and do what's needed, dropping everything else in her life to contribute when called. Her upbeat, can-do spirit makes her a wonderful colleague and partner. She will be missed on the Planning Commission, but I know she will continue to be a strong influence on local affairs, a person whose good judgment I and others will continue to seek out. There is a waiting list of organizations eager to recruit Morel for her next leadership role. With our deepest thanks for your selfless service and generous commitment of your time and talent as our 3rd District Commissioner. Thank you.
thank you. I hadn't expected that. I was just waiting for, 5:30 to say, oh, this will be my last. But it's very meaningful to hear those words, and I do appreciate it. And once again, as I leave the commission, I do want to thank staff especially. I'm just always impressed with your professionalism. I think, you know, the people of Santa Barbara County are so lucky to have staff that has your level of professionalism. We all benefit from it. I also want to thank my commissioners. You know, taking the 3-year break, you know, it was healthy. It was very healthy. And I came back, and I'm just, you know, even, you know, this commission, the last commission I served with, pretty close to the same. But everyone is just so cordial, and everyone is so civil. I think, you know, we can agree to disagree. But, you know, it's just very comfortable up for anyone. I attribute that here. So I look forward to going on to other adventures. Who knows? Maybe I'll be back. But thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you all. Are we ready for item 4? Do you need 5 minutes to set up? Looks like, okay, we'll take 5 minutes. We'll be back just at 3. We're back on the record. This is our meeting of the 31st of May, and we've reached the final item on our agenda. Mr. Villalobos, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of the Board of Supervisors to review the proposed new project 5-year CIP 2017-2022. Report to the Board of Supervisors as to conformity with the pursuant to government codes.
Very good. We're ready to go. Who's going to start?
Good afternoon, Commissioner Chair, members of the Commission. Just Dan Clement, I'm the Deputy Director of Long Range Planning. Just want to take a moment to introduce Counts Amara. This is his first Planning Commission presentation. Mr. Counts, he's a USC alum. He also worked for SCAG. Don't hold it against him, but he's an avid Chelsea fan. So, but we'll let that go. He's a great soccer. With that said, turn it over.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Said, my name is Stephen Counts, and I'm a planner with Long Range Department. And today I'll present over 2017-2020 Capital Improvement Program, referred to as the CIP, for conformity review. With the purpose for this hearing, for your commission to review the new capital project included in the 5-year CIP as referred by the Board of, and to consider the conformity of these projects. Government Code Section 65401, 654. In the following 4 slides, I will give a quick overview of the CIP process, government code requirement. CIP is a compilation of county proposed capital projects to implement various plans, including the county. The CIP is prepared. The CIP is prepared and administered by the county. While the CIP covers a 5-year planning period, it is updated each year to reflect ongoing changes. New projects added, completed projects are excluded. This slide shows how today's process begins with each department submitting proposed new project to the CEO in the winter. CIP then developed by the Budget and Research Division of the spring. May 16th, the Board of Supervisors accepted CIP, forwarded the 18 new CIP Commission conformity determination. Today, your commission will review the new project in the CIP comprehensive plan. Then, staff recommend that Board of Supervisors hearing for them to receive 20th. Government Code Section 65401 requires 4 things: that the county prepares a list of new projects recommended for planning, initiation, and construction, that the county perform annual programmatic review of new capital projects, the county determine conformity of new project comprehensive plan, and for the Planning Commission to report conformity. Government Code Section 652 requires the county project to any of the following: acquisition or disposal of vacation, as with 551, 552 requires Board of overall, this year's CIP, 18 new projects in 2022. Staff new project determine conformity with all 18 new projects for conformity. One of the 18 new projects, 2, public building. Just a departmental breakdown of where the submitted. In the 18 new projects, department behavioral wellness, 3, public health, social service, community service, public work submitted 6, general service. Attachment B, all new projects. One, applicable section. The new project, equipment purchases, infrastructure improvements, staff. 6 of the projects per government. 1, 3 of the projects. Rest 9 projects incorporate the city in the jurisdiction, not subject. One project subject to 652 on a south off specifically detention basin pipe terminus of the road. Activity and 6 alley. Attachment C includes 3 new projects. Location and or project description not yet. Therefore, further analysis. CIP serves funding mechanism for project, not project. CIP staff recommends 20 staff consider new CIP conformity with Government Code 6, Section 65401, 5402. Report County Planning Commission's conformity finding to the Board of Supervisors and determine County Planning Commission review of the CIP is not a project. This concludes my presentation. And today we have Robert Uli from General Services as well as representatives from Public Works Department along with Planning may have.
Thank you, Mr. Counts. Any questions of staff? Very thorough report, and we need to see if any other staff members want to make comments. Don't see anybody. Anything from Public Works? All right. Are there any public speaker slips? Nobody here that wants to address? All right, then I think we're ready for a motion.
Before I make that motion, I just want to thank staff for not sending us that wonderful colored document that 100 pages. If we wanted to, we could have got, but I think what you sent us was really helpful and informative. Couple issues. So that I'd like to move staff recommendation.
Commissioner Brooks. Should have let you make the motion, but
Yeah. Oh,
you're already
I'm
up front.
okay. As a retired person here, I'll second that motion.
Any discussion of? All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. None opposed. And Commissioner Blauzap 4-0. All right. Thank you very much. And our
Thank you.
meeting is adjourned.